Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Land of Sundered Crowns. Um, the party, having just retrieved the third and final effigy that they have been told they need to challenge the Hobgoblin General Athgarod, have returned to the town of Aldwell, the twilight dimming toward evening and night around them. As you arrived, your companion Wander slipped away from the group and entered the grove of Faithful Suval. Naira went after him, saw him flash for a moment with a strange energy, and the mechanical body that you have become more and more familiar with over the last few days, changing almost imperceptibly, but in a way that you are all subtly aware of, or at least Naira is, and the rest of you will be when you see him again. But for now, Naira, you are watching him like a very sing-song melodic form of celestial emanating from him and kind of humming through the grove around you before he seems to kind of internalize some kind of interaction. There is this flash of power, and then the hum remains low and melodic, drifting, almost as if where instead of forming words in celestial and praying, he is humming a strange, unknowable tune,
How
which
unknowable?
continues on.
How unknowable exactly? I was going to actually ask to roll if I could sort of retain the notes, the melody.
Yeah, I'll let you roll performance for that, unless there's something else you'd like to roll.
Nope. That sounds good to me. Oh my god. Well, that's a great start.
First roll of the day. Let's get them out early.
No, that's
No,
private,
it is.
and I'm not actually interested.
It's a very strange, ethereal, unearthly kind of noise. It's very difficult to identify the precise notes because they also have this almost like strange mechanical vibrato to them. So pleasant, but quite unknowable.
Okay. I probably won't have anything to do until I can interact with Wander.
Okay, so you're just going to hang out in the grove and kind of watch him as he processes?
Yeah.
Okay. So the rest of you, still with your horses, leading now Naira's mount and Wander's. As you approach the town, you can very clearly see that the preparations for the coming attack have been progressing apace. You see signs everywhere of the little alleyways between buildings filled in with, in some cases, just barricades of furniture, rope, and defiance. Whilst in many other areas, the wider avenues are all filled with these hastily made but still fearsome looking barricades of stakes and palisades of sharpened wood. Whilst on closer inspection as you approach, you can, this thoroughfare into town, you see the clear signs of the pit traps that you watched being dug earlier. Rough mats scattered with dirt and strewn across to disguise them from anybody that would be attacking in haste. The town itself, at twilight, you're used to there being still a little bit of bustle. That's something you've become very used to in the last couple of weeks, that you've been hanging around in the Aldwell area and dealing with this and becoming familiar with the threat. And it seems almost like a ghost town by comparison. Most of the buildings around you seem uninhabited. There's no smoke coming from their chimneys or anything like that. The Fox and the Hound, though the door is still open and light still shines from inside, the effect is muted because of the boards that have been placed over most of the lower windows. And you see the small knot of people that are gathered outside it, rather than seeming welcoming, are tense and rigid. You do recognize the bulky figure of Cloven standing amidst a number of armored figures. And that is the scene that greets you as you ride into town.
Well, I hope I hope Wander's all right. I'm sure Naira's got him.
Yeah, those two will be fine. What do you two think? I got some scrap armor I want to give to the smithy, see if he can fashion something up for somebody else, but we got an extra lance. I doubt Scout's gonna use it.
No.
We give it to Cloven and see if any of his riders are particular to it.
Nyx will glance in the direction of the stables that they're headed to. Oh, I mean, I know they're nice and all, but like, it's too much, right? Like the way they come at us.
That's what happens when you give somebody whose weekly wages is like a silver and you just throw gold at them.
Oh no, I've just realized that I've started thinking like the 1%. I have to, I, I, I,
Not
As
bad,
Nyx goes through
everybody.
his identity crisis.
Everybody's got a place in life. They do what they can.
yeah. I wish most places were like this town, though. You know, my experience in the bigger city. Uh, Once a place gets big enough, they just stop looking out for each other.
But if a place is too small, it gets targeted like this.
So we're saying the best place is like a medium place?
I was saying the best place is just yourself out in the fucking woods watching out for yourself.
I don't know about that. I'd say like maybe back to back. At least then you have, well, in our case, three eyes.
What you think, Uther? You got anything to do?
Well, just a bit of, you always forget it's a bunch of hurry up and wait with almost everything you're doing, or you're just riding there.
Oh, trust me, I never forget about that.
And so, there's some cool things you can learn how to make. A little bit of magic and some whittling of some wood is what I'm going to start with.
Looking out, there's a lot less people actually working on everything. Like, it's pretty much set.
Yeah, it looks like most of the defenses have been prepared and are kind of and are kind of as good as people seem to think they're going to be.
Okay.
You do see there are obviously like small contingents of guards at each of the main entrances into town, like behind, kind of standing next to and behind the pit traps that have been set up. And there's a small knot of men around Cloven, standing in front of the Fox and the Hound. But other than that, yeah, the place seems practically deserted. The stables obviously are still open, and you do see the head of the stables, the messenger guildsman, and one of the stable hands that you've become familiar with within looking after a group of horses that look like they've been run fairly ragged over the last day or so. But other than that, there's very little going on. The forge, though, is still blazing merrily, but pretty much the only other building that actually looks inhabited is Wenrick's General Store to the south, which is almost the only other building with any sign of life, like any fire or anything like that burning as the evening closes in.
Okay.
Well, you have fun with your whittling. I think I'm just gonna drop this shit off. But first, we need to deal with the kiss asses.
As we're heading up to the stable.
Nyx just lets out a. Okay.
Yeah, I guess we approach the stable.
Okay, yeah. As you approach the stable, the stable hand again kind of looks up at your approach, obviously recognizes you, and kind of you see him kind of pull himself up, straighten his shirt a little bit before he sort of runs out to meet you. You're back, sirs. Welcome. You be wanting to give the horses over? I'll look after them right and proper.
Thank you, son. Keep this, might be a little bulky, but when we head out, keep the lance on sunshine here.
Oh, right, sir. I'll make sure it's with your saddle.
Thanks.
So he'll start fiddling with his coin purse.
He takes all the reins and then sort of like pauses without leading the horses away, just kind of very obviously not watching you out of the corner of his eye.
Mm-hmm.
He sees what you're doing.
He'll pull his hand out of the coin purse and just a middle finger to him. and then he'll just. I assume he makes it very like face. So we're just.
No. Like he actually blanches a little bit, almost in fear, because you are literally twice the size of him. And like he certainly was not expecting that, but so yeah, he does kind of blanch away from you when he sees it.
I'm just fucking with you.
He'll pull out a gold and just flick it over to him.
He kind of catches it and is like, oh, very funny. Hi. I'll see the sunshine, and don't worry, the lance will be right where you left it.
Be sure to share that with the other workers when you go to get a meal.
Right you are, sir.
Nyx will hand over the reins for Naira's horse and horse.
Okay.
Sorry. And he'll just go, you've got a little no, right there just a little brown on your note. You know what, never mind.
Oh, he actually just kind of shrugs. Oh, it happens in a stable. Don't worry.
Hey, we got a boy.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. Okay. So, you guys have all dropped your horses off at the stable. Back in the grove, Wander, Naira, you have been standing in the grove as Wander kind of goes through emits this melodic celestial hum, which fades gradually to silence as Wander, you kind of almost blink, and the sensations and knowledge that filled you a moment before fade, and you are once more in the Grove of Faithful Suval, staring at the array of shrines ahead of you. The townsfolk that had been praying around you now, they're all kind of watching you, many of them with small smiles on their faces at the display of celestial you've just given them. The only other person in the grove is Naira, who is watching you from close to the entrance.
He'll just remain seated and just look at the shrines. Not with scrutiny or anything, just kind of looking.
After a little while, when it seems like he's no longer actively praying, Naira will slowly walk forward. You're seated right now, right?
Yes.
You're still probably pretty tall, though. But if you don't move, she'll eventually walk up and just lay her hand on your shoulder.
He'll look to you, not say anything.
You're looking well. How are you feeling?
I feel better.
You feel better in what way? Were you feeling bad before?
He does stay quiet for a small time before he says, I was lost. I know my goal now.
And Naira smiles. She says, "Is it something you can share?"
You know, kind fell. I pursue this word.
Yes, I remember. We were going to go to the library about it. Do you know more now?
The eyes brighten for a second and he says, no. In kind of like a giddy way. And then he'll say quickly after, the journey matters, not the destination.
And Naira smiles again and she says, "That's very wise."
Thank you.
Do you still want to go to the library?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, I'm really looking forward to showing it to you.
He'll
You know,
nod a bit.
Wander, I just want you to know that having questions, like, what am I supposed to be doing? Or what path is right for me? That's something that a lot of people, a lot of beings go through. It's very normal. I am so glad that you're one of those people who seeks answers.
He just stares at you.
Okay, well, I seem to have broken you again. Would you like me to leave you alone?
He kind of puffing up his chest is the wrong image, but he kind of sits up a little straighter, I suppose, and he'll say, "You can?" And there's kind of a question after that.
I mean, if you want me to, of course.
And then his eyes will kind of there's a hint of a lighter blue in them when he says, "You choose," and he says it almost playfully.
Are you teasing me, Wander?
The eyes go back to the normal blue, and he says, "No."
I will choose to stay with you if that's all right. If you change your mind, though, let me know and I'll go.
Okay.
And then she will sit down next to him.
He'll kind of hold his hands out and in front of him, and just go back to looking at the I guess the statuary. And he remains there.
Out of curiosity, how long is he going to remain there? Because Naira will lose her patience.
He's gonna stay there for a long time.
Yeah, she'll lose her patience after about 10 minutes, and then she'll pat you on the knee and she'll say, "Well, come back to the tavern when you're ready, okay?"
I'm gonna hit him with the Midwestern goodbye, that slap his knee and say, "Well." He nods a little. Doesn't say anything, just keeps looking at the imagery.
And then Naira will pick up her stuff and head on over to the tavern.
Okay, so because that takes a little, that'll take 10 minutes or so. We'll go back to the other group first, and I'll let you know when you kind of walk in. So yeah, the other three of you have all just dropped off your horses at the stable. Are standing now in the fairly empty and somewhat dim there we go. Yeah. Somewhat dimly lit square of Aldwell. You can see the outline of. Okay, the lighting's gone all weird. Sorry, guys. 1 minute.
The end is upon us.
Trying to get ambient.
The end is upon us all.
That's a little too much. Okay, there we go. So yeah, and the light coming out of the entrance of the Fox and the Hound, you can see Cloven speaking with this small group, as I mentioned. One of them is very clearly newly arrived. He's still got his horse behind them, and they're having this kind of obviously tense conversation. And you've just dropped off your horses. So what do you? You can also see the light of the smithy beyond the Fox and the Hound also still burning in the night, and as I said, a dim light coming from the shuttered windows of the general store on the southern side of town, or the small settlement. So, where are you heading first?
Well, Lorium's going to let them know that he's going to approach Cloven to, at the very least, give him the second lance. But you two are free to do whatever you want.
That's actually where I was headed to.
Okay. Uther, do you go with them?
Certainly.
Okay, yeah. So you guys head on over. As you approach, Cloven seems to kind of Cloven kind of looks up and recognizes you, and sort of holds up a hand in greeting, beckoning you over fairly eagerly, actually, as you approach.
Right. We'll walk towards.
Okay. So yeah, the three of you approach in toward the Fox and the Hound. You see, obviously, Cloven himself and three of the members of the Golden Band, all of them wearing the yellow cloth wrapped around their upper left or their upper right arms, as a badge of identification, all talking with him. And as you approach, you see the one that is still holding the reins of the horse go, probably about 4 or 5 miles out. There were at least 3 of them, so I just rode Hellfell at the back here. I don't know if there's anyone else left out there, though. Cloven kind of nods and just goes, "No, you were the last. Glad you made it back safe. Get your horse to the stables and find yourself a bed for the night." And the guard kind of nods tiredly and turns and leads the horse past you guys, sort of giving you a nod of recognition as he moves across. And now I'm just going to actually add your token here too, so you can have vision for the stream and the recording. And Wander as well, just so you can at least like see vaguely what's going on. So yeah, as the three of you approach closer to Cloven, he kind of gives you both a nod and goes, "So, how'd it go out there?"
Same as usual. Killed a bunch of goblins. Well, hobgoblins.
You find what you were looking for? And you can see he's very tense as he asks the question. Like looking the three of you over. Did you find the effigy?
Lauren will just hold up the 3 effigies.
Good. What about the others, your companions? Are they all right?
Oh yeah, they're just running around doing things.
Well, nothing too dangerous. I hope there'll be danger enough tomorrow for all of us.
Yeah, probably. One thing I did want to let you know, after we took care of those hobgoblin riders, I noticed that there was a rider up on a hill. He didn't do anything. He just watched and then rode away.
My boys have been encountering them out in the wilderness all day. Fewer wolf riders, though. I suppose we have you to thank for that. But scouting parties ahead of the main horde. They've been closing in for a few hours now.
They're doing their jobs. But we burned all their shit, so.
Huh. Must have been a sight to see. Good job.
Definitely sends a message.
It's one we need right now. So, you have what you need. What's your plan?
Lauren will actually look towards you two.
Rest up and try and focus on cutting the head off of the snake. If we can deal with the leader, I think the rest of them will begin to buckle.
Okay, then. I guess we'll see what the morning brings. For now, find yourself a table inside. Certainly and a drink.
There's also this, if you can make use of it, or one of your boys, and it'll just take the lance, and probably while presenting it, he'll smack Nyx's knee with it.
Cloven kind of takes it and feels the heft of it for a moment. So, I could probably use it. Maybe a couple of my boys, the stronger ones. Nasty thing. I guess you took it off one of them?
Yeah, they had to. I got another.
Well, good job.
Little
I
fucking
imagine it wasn't a
assholes.
good sight. I was going to say, I imagine it's not a pleasant sight when it's coming towards you point first.
Oh yeah, it hurts like a bitch. Their wolves are annoying as shit.
Fought a lot of cavalry in your time, I take it.
Just a few. Not really wolf riders, though.
Have to admit, that's a new one for me, too.
And my mounts, it was, back then, they usually a little bit heavier armored, but we make do.
Infantry always does. And he, again, nods back into the building and says, Zavar will make sure that you're fed and, well, whatever. If you're looking for water, he'll make sure you're watered. If you're looking for something stronger, he'll make sure you get it. Just make sure you've got a clear head for tomorrow.
Yeah, speaking of, I have a few more words to learn from you.
Zagbar come in handy yet?
Well, seemed to piss one of them off.
Nyx is snickering.
Yeah, over the table, Lorem is totally going to ask to learn about 5 words from Cloven.
Okay.
Now, if you want, I can surprise you with them later if they come up. Or, like, I could just tell you what they are. Or we could just do that, like, in character, you could just tell me words.
Well, what word? Yeah, I mean, like, he is sort of looking at you fairly expectantly, so I'm happy to role play that. So yeah, when you say that, he kind of just, what do you need?
Some of my abilities require the sons of bitches to actually understand what I'm saying. So, I got a few words. Maybe drop, punch, halt,
Gova and hack.
gova.
And Gova is drop. Punch is hack.
Ha. Okay. Shit, that doesn't really roll off the tongue. All right.
Well, it's goblinoid. If it was pretty, it'd be elven.
That's true. Let's see, what about halt?
Halt?
What was that?
Boff.
Both. All right.
Bofa.
Both of these. That's advanced magic.
Child.
Let me have my child. Let me have my childish wonder before we die.
All right. He'll just look over to Uther and say, "Yeah, you're lucky. They don't have to fucking understand your ass."
No, I'm rather pleased about it. They just get to feel my curse words.
Thank you. That should come in handy.
He nods. And then turns back to one of the other riders and starts, or one of the other guards. And you hear him starting to talk about like naming several members of the Golden Band, asking if they've been relieved and things like that. He seems to be discussing guard rotas with them.
All right. I'll just look at the other two. Well, you two go ahead and make yourself comfortable. I'm just going to drop this off at the smithy.
I'm gonna do a bit of whittling. Let me know as I turn to Cloven if anything but scouts or something light are harassing. I need to catch a bit of beauty sleep.
He kind of grins at you and looks you over and goes, "If you say so."
I need to get it so I can be a little bit snappy in the morning.
I think Savara's got something on the table if that's what you're after.
No, I want to be able to impress him with a bit of magics, we'll say.
Well, best of luck either way.
Nyx will start heading in, and he'll just do a little sarcastic salute to Lorium and just say, Uncle, Clovey, see y'all later.
Later. Yeah.
Lorium, as you turn to move away, you actually hear a little kind of what about your thunder?
What the fuck are you talking about? As he'll just slowly turn back to Chloe. I assume he was saying it.
He's got this big kind of grin on his face and just sort of points like to his own back over one of his shoulders. Goes, I think you may want to have a talk with one of your companions.
He'll start trying look at him for a moment and then just start trying to look over his shoulder at his back and starts trying to reach back there and he fucking can't.
Yeah, and your big bulky armor and everything. Go ahead and give me like an acrobatics check.
That's great. That's great. That fucking checks.
You're at disadvantage with your heavy armor.
Am I at disadvantage on acrobatics?
I believe so.
Well, if so, it's a 2. Thought disadvantage was only on stealth checks.
Well, in this instance, because it's specifically about like mobility.
No, I take it. I take it because he's a big, bulky son of a bitch.
Exactly. Yeah, that was my thinking too. You spend this moment like trying to reach to the point where like between your shoulder blades and can't quite reach it. One of the guards kind of fairly apologetically kind of like, can I?
Yeah, just go ahead.
And you hear like a kind of like and some tearing paper, and then he holds up like a couple of most of a sheet of paper that has "Ask me about my thunder" written on it.
There's a hint of amusement and then anger. And you just hear as there's a bit of a guttural sound as he casts thaumaturgy. And you hear in a big booming voice from inside the tavern, "Next, I'm gonna fucking spay you." As he'll crumple up the fucking ball of paper and just throw it into the fire of the torch and then walk away.
Uther will be able to see when that voice comes booming through. Nyx has like the biggest shit-eating grin. He is very pleased with himself.
And yeah, he's gonna head over to the smithy while everybody else does whatever they do.
Okay. So yeah, you're going to be heading over to the smithy. At around about this time, Naira, that conversation between them and Cloven took a few minutes, obviously. So at this point, having given Wander the old knee slap goodbye, you're able to wander over to the Fox and the Hound.
I can't see my token.
Oh no, yeah. I'm moving us back to the Aldwell evacuated or Aldwell general map because he. Although actually no, wait, sorry, no, because we're going to be staying here for the time being. This is a well-oiled machine, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Okay, so there's you, Naira.
So I assume I heard that, Nix,
You-
I'm going to spay you.
Pretty much the entirety of Aldwell heard that. It's the impression you get as you approach, and yeah, you see Lorium stomping off to the side.
Naira will just be like, oh my, I wonder what he did. She'll sort of politely smile and nod at Cloven, but she's not expecting any kind of conversation. And she'll head on the
Kind of
side.
back.
Is Zavara right there?
Yes. But he seems to notice you guys, like as this booming voice sounds into the tavern, he kind of startles for a moment, notices the two of you, and has bustled over to kind of start ensuring that you have food and drink and the like when you enter, Naira. So yeah, he's right there with Uther and Nix.
Naira will stop at the door and wait to try and get Zavara's make eye contact with Zavara and try and sort of wave him over.
Okay, yeah. He spends a few minutes or a few moments talking to Nix and Uther first. And then asking both of you if you would like anything to eat or drink or anything like that.
Nix would order food. He'd order some food for like when Naira and Lorium get back. And do you have anything that can just like a drink that's I just need something that tastes good just to take the edge off a little bit.
Yeah, he says, yes, monsieur, we have some meat that is not too heady, shall we say, but marvelous taste.
Sounds good to me.
Magnifique. Okay, I will grab that for you in just one moment. And how about you, sir?
I'll go with whatever everyone else is having as I gesture towards the people.
Okie dokie. He kind of nods and says, certainly, sir, certainly. And then he does turn and see you, Naira, and... Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, just before he goes, I'll order... I'll get him to get some wine for Naira, the dancing lady?
Dancing Lady Reserve.
Yeah.
I couldn't go, yes, certainly, sir, certainly. Speaking of which, here is the madame herself. I will return one moment. And he bustles over to you, Naira, and says, yes, my lady, what can I do for you?
I was actually wondering, I know that you guys have taken in a fair few of the townsfolk. Do we have places to sleep tonight?
Well, yes, I can certainly arrange some if you need them.
Yes, please. I'm not I'm sure my companions would like them as well, but yes, please. I would like a private room if it's possible. I know that it must be in great demand, so she reaches toward her coin purse. How
No,
much?
no, no, madame. No, no, no. Please. For you, anything that we can do to bring you any kind of comfort, it is yours for the asking. I will ensure to it personally. Now, your companions requested a bottle of Dancing Lady Reserve. Is there anything
A
that you would
bottle?
like to add?
Oh no, I don't. If was that for me?
He says, well, they only ordered a glass, but as I said, it is yours for the asking.
I really appreciate that, but I think a glass will be lovely. Don't bring me any more than that.
He kind of gets this sort of like very cheeky grin for a moment. He goes, if you insist. And then withdraws to the kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah, and the two of you see Naira enter. Naira, for your part, you see Nick's looking very pleased with himself and stifling, or potentially not stifling, some pretty severe giggles.
So, Nix, what did you do?
He like in a very like feigning innocent. Me? What would I do? Uh, I stuck a sign to his back.
Oh no! What? Nix, are you are you trying to get a new bruise?
First off, I hadn't thought about it that way, and now I'm reconsidering my entire life choice. But no, it's just a little bit of fun. Keeps him on his toes.
Sure, he'll be knocking you off yours real soon.
If he can catch me.
Maybe I'll help.
Are you sure you want a Bruce?
No, I meant maybe I'll help him catch you.
Alright, I see how it is. Just thought we had this thing since you were born and I took care of you your whole entire life, but I guess that means nothing.
You know I'd never turn on you, Nix.
Oh, I know. And he'll do a little, oh no, we haven't gotten drinks yet. Never mind.
Well, at around about this time, Zavara, having spent a few moments in the kitchen, does reappear with a tray, bustles over, and you see him handing out a couple of glasses to, or kind of just beakers to other people. Again, most of the crowd here is just seems to be townsfolk. There's very few, strangers among them. They all seem to know each other very well, and he refers to most of them by their first name as he passes. Before he arrives there and places a glass of a Dancing Lady Reserve in front of you, a large beaker in front of you, Nix, and then Uther, to you, he just hands a large beaker that's filled with water.
Wondrous.
Could I don't know if you have any offcuts or like bones or anything, but Valko's been such a good boy.
He goes, yes, certainly, yes. Oh, yes, the kitchen has processed a great deal of meat. We have bones aplenty. I will fetch one for the little master.
Oh, don't call him that. It'll go straight to his head. And I'll give him some fuss.
Okay. Yeah, he's most of the day without your company, so he is very happy to see you, and he's very enthusiastically kind of just being in your presence, making sure he's pressed against your legs as you sit at the table with your companions. And actually, I'm just going to swap out your tokens to update the permissions. Oh, no, one moment. Sorry, guys. There we go. Okay. And yeah, he returns a moment later with just like what looks to be kind of the remnants of a large beef bone. Has still got a few chunks of meat and the like hanging off it, and he sort of holds it out a little tentatively to Valko, but he seems familiar enough with him now, and especially given how comfortable he is around you, to not be entirely put off by his feral origins.
Oh, he's not feral. He's a good boy.
Yeah, he kind of snatches the bone and just dives under the table and immediately just starts gnawing on it with every sound and sign of enjoyment.
As he dives under, Nyx will grab his beaker and just kind of look to Naira and Uther and just say, okay, all jokes and everything aside, I really am happy for the two of y'all. So to new beginnings, and he'll lift his glass. Beaker.
Naira. Naira probably looks a little like she has been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. But she sort of smiles and says, "It's not like we're getting married now, Nyx." And then she, her whiskers go, and she goes, that didn't come out right."
Lorium can do that for you.
But wouldn't it be better if Wander did it?
True.
Oh, I thought Wander was gonna hold the rings.
Wait, whoa, we're planning a marriage now.
Sounded like Naira already was too. So, Nyx will just say, "No, I'm not saying that. I just think it's good, and with all the crazy shit that happens to us and has happened to us, it's always good to celebrate the happy things, even if they're small." And again, he'll stick his beaker further towards the center of the table for like a clink.
Naira will toast you, and she will sort of not be able to stop herself from sort of looking at Uther and saying, "Well, I am very happy."
Uther would just be having that petrified emotion, like, I very much am as well.
Nyx, sensing both of your apprehension, will just go take a sip of his mead, and then look towards his sister and say, "So, everything okay with our buddy?"
Wander? I think so, yes. He's looking quite well.
Oh, that's good. I was a little worried when he ran off like that.
Yeah, I don't really know how to explain, and I think it's more for him to explain, but it was really quite beautiful.
We'll pause on this wonderful scene at the moment, because at this point, Lorium, you have stepped outside, and it's only a very short walk to the smithy. So, yeah, even in this late post-twilight hour, the forge is apparently still blazing merrily. And you're able to approach. Within, you can see the familiar, short, stocky form of Hallen Bolwist, the blacksmith, in the leather apron that you saw him in the last time. Around him, several other halflings, which you would assume to be his family, given the resemblance of many of the younger ones to him. All also seem to be engaged in their own work and preparations, even if much of the rest of the town seems to think that the defenses are as strong as they could be. Evidently, the smithy still believes he has work to do. And the hammers ring out as you approach.
He'll just step inside and say, "Honored how? Working late into the night, I see."
And Hallen kind of looks up and he goes, "Ah, it's you, Longshanks! Right, Lorna, take over on this. I gotta fit him up."
Oh shit, is that done?
And one of the ladies runs over and kind of takes the hammer from him and keeps shaping the metal that he was working on as he kind of pushes his hands down on his apron and walks over to you, kind of craning his neck further and further back as he approaches, going, "Hey, like I said, if you're going to be standing between us and these fuckers out there, I wanted to make sure that you're wearing what I'm putting on you. So, come on. There's still a few fittings that I need to adjust. Let's get you sorted." And he leads you over to what almost looks like almost like a dry dock for a ship, where there's a kind of gangway, a couple of stepped gangways stacked on top of each other, and hanging on hooks all over this kind of configuration are pieces of what you can very clearly see are newly forged armor. And he goes, "Right, get yourself in there and get your kits off."
All right, this is gonna take a second. I actually have a bit of a gift for you, but yeah, sure. As he'll take off the basically the destroyed armor that he kind of had like over his shoulder, he'll just put that on the ground.
Goes, well, I can see you've been getting a head start on the whole fucking over the hobgoblins thing. Good work.
Yeah, we do what we can. This is for if you could fit it to anybody else. That shit's too small for me. As he'll start taking off. He'll take off or unhinge his cloak and start taking off the chainmail.
Yeah. He also comes over and starts to assist you with it. Judging by how kind of deft he is at it, he's obviously very used to kind of working on these kinds of fittings. As you know him to be primarily a farrier by trade, so he's obviously very clearly used to working with, as it were, large beasts. And he's very quickly able to help you doff your armor. And then he kind of positions you inside the this kind of skeleton work of gangways, and then clambers up on one side and takes out the notched rope that he used to measure you before, and starts kind of just muttering to himself as he starts to take various measurements on you. And then turn, and you see him kind of cinching in certain fittings and things like that on the pieces of armor before he starts to kind of attach them onto your onto the sort of arming doublet that he drapes over you. And then kind of starts to tug in and stitch in. And it takes a good kind of 30, 45 minutes or so. Because he's making sure this armor is kind of fitted to you. But over time, that whole time, he's kind of just muttering to himself a litany of both kind of armorer and blacksmithing jargon and curse words. Before he kind of stands back from it and goes, "Right, well, that's you fitted up good and proper. And how's it feel? swing that big fucking sword around a few times. Tell me if it pitches anywhere.
He'll do it. He'll do a couple of sword flourishes and like round his shoulders and such, checking the mobility. How's it feel?
It feels actually pretty good. He took the time to measure you before he started to make, so it's not something that's kind of off the shelf, which is a lot of what you're used to. So this is actually one of the more comfortable sets of armor that you've ever worn. And it fits very well, and you may now add splint mail to your character sheet.
Yay!
Let me know when you've done that, and I'll re-import you into D&D Beyond,
Okay.
or from D&D Beyond. And then while that's going on, we'll go back and rejoin the rest of the group and the Fox and the Hound.
All right. And yeah, I did.
Okay, cool. So I'll just re-import you now. Start import. There we go. So inside the Fox and the Hound, it's a fairly, as I said, somber and subdued crowd. Most of them far from being travelers seeking any kind of revelry. Seem to be locals who have come here for lack of anywhere better to go, feeling unsafe in their own homes. They have naturally sort of banded together in the biggest, stoutest building around, hoping for potentially some kind of shelter from what is to come tomorrow. There is a single bard on duty, a member of the Fox and the Hound staff, who seems to be trying to give at least a little bit of comfort as he sings a folk tune, his voice low and soft as he plays. And around you, you can hear kind of snatches of hushed conversation going on. And every now and again, a member of the staff will kind of come over and say, "Is there anything else we can get you? Drinks, some more food?"
Do you have family here?
And she actually kind of nods and just goes, me and my brother, he's got a place out by the square."
Can you point me to Madame Yannicka?
Oh, she's in the back with some of the other girls. Come with me if you want to see her.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, yeah, and she leads you back through the door here. And this door on the left, which in your first couple of visits seemed to be habitually closed as a kind of an employees only entrance, is actually standing open along with most of the inner doors here. That now that this is less of a place of business and more of a refuge, it seems like some of those barriers are no longer considered as important. And within, you can hear Madame Yannicka talking in a low voice to one of the courtesans.
Naira will knock on the door and say, "I'm sorry, I'm interrupting."
Oh, not at all, darling. Come in. I heard you had a successful excursion. That there is a good deal of reason to hope.
I think so, yes. We have been very successful against them so far, and I have no reason to believe that it will be any different.
She turns and you see her kind of. She very clearly kind of understands that you are putting on the bravest possible face, but she turns and kind of, you see her smile very widely to the young woman that she was talking to. "See, I told you, darling. My little Adela, there is no reason to fear. All will be well tomorrow."
Adela, would you mind giving us just a minute? I promise it won't be very long.
And she kind of nods. "Certainly, my lady," and steps on out. where you hear her start to talk with the other young lady.
I just actually wanted to find out if there was a way I could facilitate a lot of these people being able to be with their families tonight, if they have them. I wouldn't mind paying to cover so you don't lose any money. But
And you actually you see her, like, her whole body kind of shift a little bit in this, and a very clear body language of "oh bless."
Oh.
As she looks down at you, and she just kind of, "Oh darling, you are a treasure. But no, these are my people. I would not dream of charging them for refuge in a time such as this.
No, I
Any
mean,
who have families here, well, they are
no,
free to stay."
I'm sorry, I'm not being clear. We're being very well attended to by the people who work for you, and I just feel like if they would rather sit and rest or spend time with their families, I would like to
Being
help that
busy-
happen.
Being busy helps in a crisis. If they are thinking about orders and making sure that everybody has food and drink, they are not thinking about tomorrow. I have told them they may do what they will, and most of them have decided that what they will is to make their friends and their family feel as welcome as they can. It is what we are for, after all. But, oh, darling, you are so precious.
Oh.
I hope your companions understand just what they have with you.
Have Yannicka roll an insight check.
She's actually just trying to gauge stats from the numbers, and so she can kill her later.
19.
You have insulted Naira. And she says, "Well, thank you for your time anyway."
I apologize, my dear. Please.
She has walked out.
Oh. You just hear kind of, youth. And she lets you go.
Well, I tried.
Tried what?
Oh, I just, it's not important. Apparently, it was a bit naive. So, what did the sign say exactly? Please tell me it wasn't kick me.
Oh, of course not. I'm not that stupid. I'm not going to try to get other people killed. It just said to ask him about his thunder.
His thunder. Okay.
And Nick still looks so pleased with themselves.
What time is it? And have we had dinner yet? Or is dinner
It's
still
about-
coming out?
Well, dinner is on the table in front of you.
Okay.
At this point, yeah. It was brought out shortly after your drinks. At this point in the day, I'd say it's probably around about like 7:30 toward 8 o'clock. Maybe a little later.
Is Lorium coming back?
Yeah, by now it's probably been around about 30 minutes for you guys to all kind of settle in and have that conversation with Yannicka. So at this point, Lorian, we can say that you rejoin the rest of the group. Let me pull you in.
Okay. He would have, of course, paid him. So it was 220 gold with a 50 gold down payment. So 170?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he would have given him 170 gold.
And you already got that out of party funds. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he very happily kind of takes that from you and goes into the back where you imagine he's got a strong box of some kind. And then, waves you on your way and heads back to his anvil.
He would have quickly said to all the smiths present, just, good work, everybody. Y'all are saving lives. As he steps out.
Aye, that we know.
And he will have the chainmail still.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be draped over his shoulder.
Okie dokie.
He will step in, nodding to the guards as he does so. Seeing everybody at the table, unless somebody stops him, he's going to sit right here. How's Nick's looking?
Nix looks good. He's eating, enjoying himself.
I'm going to make an athletics check. Would he have to make a dexterity check or an acrobatics check?
That depends on what you're trying to do.
He is about to sling this fucking chainmail right into his chest.
So, Nix, you have a couple of options. First of all, yes, Lauriam, go ahead and give me a athletics check to perform the slinging. And then, Nix, you can either try and dodge or you can try and catch.
Oh! It's a really low roll.
I'd like to catch it, please.
Then go ahead and give me an opposed athletics roll.
Oh!
Yeah, so he kind of, you see him bundle up the chainmail in one arm and sort of heave it across to you. You're able to kind of plant yourself in your chair solidly enough that when it hits you, there's kind of like but you're able to sort of pull it up into your arms and have it on your lap.
There you go, armor for Squire.
Nix rolls his eyes.
Since you caught it, give a perception check.
Not bad.
Yeah. You've never seen the back of the armor, but you would see inlaid into the rings on the chainmail, right underneath the neck, would be the basically like a thin metal sheet that has the emblem of a lion with a flaming mane.
Interesting.
That's it. He would start eating while glaring at you.
Nix will look at the second of fucking weird gifts from Lauriam. He will take the chainmail and like fold it up and put it on the table and just kind of watch Lauriam for a minute just to make sure he's not coming in for a second. And then once he feels safe, he'll return to eating as well.
Doesn't take long. I just looked up the art. Split mail actually looks kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Is your tail out in this one?
Actually, yeah, it is. It doesn't have as much room for the as he did with the chainmail, but it's still wrapped around his waist under his cloak. But good, now I can take that 50 pounds off of my...
So the evening continues around you. You can see that, there doesn't appear to be, Naira, because it's something that you're paying attention to. There doesn't seem to be like a very clear division of between staff and guests at this point. Like the woman that kind of came over and was serving you earlier, you do spot her about 20 minutes later sitting at one of the tables chatting to a couple of the other people. And that's a very common thing. It just seems like the people that work here are simply kind of hanging out, if you like, with everybody that's taken refuge. And whenever they kind of see something that needs doing, they're excusing themselves, getting up and kind of seeing to it. As Yannicka said, just kind of trying to make sure that everybody who has taken refuge here, including you guys, has what they need to feel comfortable and welcome. Special attention is obviously paid to you guys, and pretty much every time any of you looks around, it's only a few moments before you're able to catch someone's eye, and they give you like an attentive look to see if you need anything. And there's certainly no shortage of generosity for anything that you guys care to order as the time wears on.
Nyx will look up to everybody at the table and just say, "So, if I've got this right, the guy we need to take out, he's saying that he was sent by some goblin god to bring them all together, and we're gonna get them to break up because he's not sent by a goblin god." I'm real confused
Well,
on
not a goblin god, the goblin god, the king of their goblin gods, basically, Maglubiet.
King goblins, so they're fanatics.
Well, I mean, it's definitely a cult, because, well, I'm sure you all know the difference between a cleric and a warlock, yeah?
that. Nyx shakes his head no.
I mean, I know the difference of a cleric. Do I know about warlocks? I'm sure he does.
Give me an Arcana check. Or actually, first of all, are you proficient with Arcana?
Nope, I'm proficient in religion.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check anyway. It'll just be it'll be a tough check for you.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Oh, I was almost one.
Yeah. I will say you don't know much about warlocks, but you do understand them as a distinct kind of spellcasting affinity from sorcerers and wizards. You don't know much exactly about how they get their power, except that they tend to. Many people kind of consider them clerics without the devotion.
Yeah,
is sort of your understanding of them. But also the fact that they don't tend to be devoted to traditional divinities. They're generally actually largely very unwelcome in religious settings.
okay. That understanding, I guess he'd say something like, clerics are usually more divine and given magics. Warlocks are kind of like a wild card.
Oh, well, that is one way to put it. Clerics, yes, are divine. They get their special abilities, I guess, from their gods, which is remarkable now that I think about it. But through devotion, through faith, warlocks, well, they bypass all the hard work, and just make a deal with the devil, essentially. I suppose it doesn't have to be a devil, but same general rules apply.
So they're corner guns.
Yes, that I wouldn't normally use that kind of language, but appropriate, yes.
Oh, you have, so.
What?
What?
Just, I was like, when has she? Oh, right.
Naira sort of shakes her head at that. Not sometimes you just don't make any sense, Lorian. But the point is that, well, one thing in particular about warlocks is that they don't get their powers from a god. They get them from lesser beings, I suppose. And the Athgarad goblin that we keep running across, I've seen his magic, and I can tell you, he.
Sorry, Athgarod is the from your understanding
Sorry.
is the hobgoblin is the hobgoblin war chief. Madagerath is the goblin.
Madagadath. Sure. The one who was standing. Yeah, right. I almost said that. The one that was standing sort of next to the chief.
Oh, the creepy ass one. Yeah.
They're all creepy. But yes, that one. He was using warlock power. He was using arcane powers that he hadn't earned.
Okay. So, wait, he hadn't earned?
Yes, he made a deal.
Oh.
You guys have seen this before, and I'm not even going to make you roll an insight check. Naira has a thing against warlocks.
She probably has some against clerics too.
No, not at all. She has a great deal of respect for clerics.
Okay, so if I've got a better picture of this now, so there are some magic users who go to school or whatnot to study,
Mm-hmm.
and then there are some magic users where it's just innate in them, and then there's other magic users where they're given gifts by gods, and then there's other magic users who can't get gifts from gods, so they go to like a buddy down the street.
Well, a buddy of the gods, I suppose. But yeah, they find a being that has some kind of agenda and wants to use them and thinks that's fine, and so I don't know. I don't know. I obviously the idea has never had any merit to me, so I don't know too much about it. But the reason that I bring it up is because they clearly seem to be given the impression, at least to the Horde in general, that this is a holy calling. And from what I can tell, they are not being led by holy people. They are being led by warlocks, or a warlock. He may not be at the very top, but
And we think by challenging him with those 3 effigies, because of what that other goblin said.
yeah, well, we are taking the it on good faith that other goblin was in fact telling the truth. But yes, if he was, then I think we will be able to challenge somebody to, I guess, a duel. And she looks at Lorian. You okay with that?
Fine by me. As he's just sort of listening, waiting.
You do recall that the Zaragel said discussed challenging Athgarod and his champions. Rather, or Cloven, when he was translating for you, mentioned that it would be potentially a group challenge.
Ah.
My favorite part of Double Dare 2000. Well, that would definitely be more ideal than getting the whole town involved. The question is, do we wait for them to come to us, or do we go to them?
See, that's the question.
That is a good question. We probably should have asked. Nara looks like she's sort of internally kicking herself.
He just sort of looks up at you, and that's kind of what I have been asking. But for the most part, we've been going out and killing them piece by piece, so pieces off the board is what it is. As he has several times asked, should we wait for them or should we just go challenge them?
I think there's a lot of merit in going to challenge them, but do we know where to go?
That would be on Cloven and Bianca's special map, I suppose. Then again, they're not really where they were supposed to be. They're kind of all over the place now at this point.
Uther, what do you think?
I think there's an advantage to both. I can see challenging them, but if something happens, or we'll find ourselves terribly outnumbered, and those wolf riders won't give us.
If they don't honor a challenge.
Indeed, that could be problematic. But if we get them out front towards the battlefield, somewhere near our emplacement, we can throw down out there, giving us a little bit of room. And if they challenge us or something else happens, I'm not questioning your skill, but more goblin honor. Then we'll be able to withdraw and deal with a bit of the assault, and hopefully get in enough to put him down, and then cause enough injuries they'll break their morale, gone, and flee.
Oh, see, the challenge can also be issued, I assume, when they get here. He says as he's just sort of languidly looking at his food and eating.
Oh, well, when they were talking, did they say whether or not just having the effigies, that's enough to issue the challenge?
Well, I think Lorium has the sort of phrase to issue the challenge.
Nick starts snickering again.
Naira failed her insight check on that last time, so she's going to try again now.
It's fair when he laughs at you.
14?
I mean,
I am pretty smart.
Are you trying to mislead her at this point, or are you just giggling?
I was just giggling.
Lauren's just giggling.
Okay.
I was waiting for her to ask because I was going to tell her.
He'll do this. Still high as fuck.
Fuck!
So yeah, Lorium is being his usual fairly stone-faced stoic self. Nyx, however, is giggling in a what you recognize to be him being your brother, a very mischievous way. And I'm going to say a 14 is definitely enough that you kind of have that moment of, wait a minute.
Okay. What is it that you had me saying?
Nyx's laughter gets harder.
I didn't have you say nothing. You just sort of repeated it.
Well, you told me to.
I didn't
Lorian.
tell you to. I said the words,
She
and then
puts
you
her
just said
hands
it right
on
after.
her. She puts her hands on her hips and tilts her head at you in a very mom way and goes, "Lorian."
You're about to have to sit in the naughty chair, dude.
Ironically, that does resemble his mother's posture. So,
Well, you kind of just said "fuck you" in a much more negative way than usual.
She looks
And
just.
chuckle.
She sort of clicks her tongue at you and just goes, "Lorian."
shrinks back a little bit, eats more food.
Okay, so we'll come back to your group. Wander, it's been a while since we've checked in with you. Are you still just staring at the shrines, or is Wander going to be doing anything?
He is actually going to use his artisan's blessing to make something.
Okay. Is that something you want to just tell me, or is that something you want to DM?
It's simple enough, and I don't think it. Yeah, I'll just say it. He'll make 2 platinum rings, and he will use 100 gold pieces to make them, so that the value of each of them is roughly 50 gold.
Okay.
And
Yeah, if you have sufficient coinage for that, then I will say you absolutely can.
he will also use 2 of the long swords that he had taken from the battlefield to cover part of the cost.
Okay.
So I don't know how much that is, but whatever he could use to do that, whatever they're worth, I will just subtract from the gold that I take from my pocket.
Okay, I think long swords are about 5 or 6 gold. Let me just double check.
Oh, gee, those are.
Oh no,
way more
they're
expensive
15.
than I
They're
thought.
actually 15 gold apiece, and these are actually these are high quality blades. So I'll go ahead and say that between the 2 of them, they cover 30 gold pieces worth of that cost. As as part of your ritual, you kind of smelt and condense the metal from them, using it to infuse form and energy into the rings.
And one ring will have a simple brick-like pattern on it, and the other ring will actually have a. Let's see. What does this other ring look like?
does the other ring look like?
The other ring is it's coated in this spiraling flame pattern that seems to kind of envelop but not quite consume each other's spiral. Um, Almost like it's trying not to destroy the other pieces of itself, but just coddle it or hold it. So very
Okay.
closely knitted spirals of flame.
Okay, yeah. You spend an hour. Again, like you are the subject of some very curious, strange stares as you go through this ritual of yours, laying out the various components, and then like there's even a few kind of gasps of alarm and surprise as the flashes of energy, this divine kind of sparking as you use your smithing tools, and the metal just kind of folds and yields to your blows in some very unnatural but quite beautiful ways as you kind of reduce and focus and form all of these different components that you've gathered into these 2 very small, quite beautiful constructions.
And after that is an hour-long process, so whatever might happen there.
I'll say that the rest have probably been talking and everything for about an hour or so. If you started that like pretty much directly after Naira left. You would be able to rejoin at around about this time if you wanted to.
Yeah, he'll make his way to the inn or the tavern.
Okay.
Tavern.
So you're walking toward the Fox and the Hound.
Mhm.
And as you approach, the rest of you, are you doing anything in particular?
No, Lauren was actually just about to ask where the fuck Wander was. Because he had no idea.
Actually, what time did I say? I said it was about kind of 8:30-ish or so when you guys arrived. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
In that case, I will actually say, Wander, as you start to approach toward the tavern, you do see a little bit of a disturbance running through the town square. A few figures hurrying up from one of the other buildings, and a couple of the guards around the entrance turning to look over toward the north and east horizon. And you guys inside, you hear one of the guards from outside, like not a voice raised in alarm, but surprise. And there's a general movement of several people toward the door.
Well, shit, here we go.
Are you all stepping outside?
Yeah.
Lauren would
Mhm.
stand up.
Here we go
You all
again.
step out. You all step out into the late evening air, and with the relative darkness of the town around you and the muted light from the Fox and the Hound, you all very clearly, guided by the words and the stares of the people that have already arrived, that have already started to gather in front of the Fox and the Hound, see on the north and eastern horizon the all too familiar flicker of flames against the night sky. Fairly distant, but nonetheless all too recognizable. There's a kind of like ripple of disquiet and chatter among the crowd that have gathered around you. And you see one group in particular, which none of you actually recognize. But there's a slightly older man, like kind of just getting toward the far side of middle age, but not quite certainly not elderly yet. And you see him just kind of staring very intently at in the direction of one of the illuminations, and kind of just turns and spits on the ground in apparent disgust.
Does this look like campfires or
like they're on
torchlight?
the march.
No, these actually look significantly larger than campfires. These actually look like structural fires.
Ah.
They're setting fires on the way.
Oh.
Would can I tell, like, I know it's kind of iffy, but where I see like this fire that's kind of near where the bridge was, I know how long it took us to go from the bridge to Aldwell. Could I figure out how long it would take to get to Aldwell to that fire?
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Can I help?
Perception?
Yeah.
By the way, just saying.
Or survival. No, in this case, perception, because you're trying to gauge the distance of the fire itself.
And you have advantage.
Oh, yeah.
It is extremely dark for me, so all I can see is those little fires.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Oh,
that's
it shouldn't
intentional.
be that dark. You should at least be able to like see the town and Aldwell and stuff. Can you see? Like,
Yeah, I see the letters of Aldwell.
Okay. Yeah.
Never mind.
Oh wow. Okay.
219.
You can tell that given how long it took you, it was a good kind of 3 or 4 hours ride. In fact, I think slightly longer than that to the bridge. So you'd imagine that if you were on a horse going quickly, you could probably get to the northernmost fire in maybe 3 hours or so. But you also know that they've been discussing goblin like scouting and raiding parties, covering most of this area for a lot of the days.
I don't have the healing. Are we ready to face this yet, you guys?
It doesn't matter. It's a bait.
What?
All the people and items of interest have already been evacuated to Aldwell. They're just setting fires to see if anyone will come at them.
Oh.
Why fight all of us at once if they can pick a few of us off at a time?
Which is kind of what we've been doing.
I know it's a good strategy.
The man that you noticed spitting earlier, he sees you staring at the northernmost fire, and he kind of turns to you and goes, "Ah, you'll be the newcomers then, I expect. I've heard a lot about you. My name's Bowden Walder. Cloven says that we have you to thank for the warning and, well, for the day."
Is that one of yours?
I imagine there's not much of it left now, but... And he looks over his shoulder at some of the group that had gathered around him, and says, "But I've still got them. That's more I would have had. That's more than I would have had if you hadn't bought us the extra day.
Good man.
So, thank you."
Lives can be rebuilt. Or, well, their homes can be rebuilt. Lives can't.
True enough. True enough. Anyway, the Walders say thank you. If you'll have me, I'll fight beside you, the lot of you, tomorrow. I know there's more than a few veterans that have chose this spot to lay down it, to spend our retirements in. I'll be speaking to Cloven about making sure we're ready tomorrow.
You're any good with a bow?
Better with a sword.
Fair
I'm
enough.
not so old I can't swing it yet, despite what you may think.
I understand that. Get yourself some armor at Hal's.
Oh, don't worry. I got it out of the attic before I left. I had a feeling we'd need it when that young rider came in babbling about a hobgoblin horde. Been a while since I've strapped it on, though. Kind of looks down and pats his belly, goes, "Hope it still fits." He kind of gives you a look and kind of cocks his head for a moment and goes, "From your voice, you from the Confederacy?"
Yeah, you can say that.
Well, that's where I earned a few of my scars too, so if you came out of that meat grinder, I imagine you'll do well tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll try. Sorry for what it's worth.
It's all anyone can do. But, well, for now, for what it's worth, I thank you. I chose the spot for us to live because it was isolated, because people left us alone. And we didn't even know anything was going down until Cloven's lad showed up to warn us just this morning. Guess we got out just in time.
Glad to hear that. Thanks for having the resolve to fight.
Like, oh, yes. I think that's something that a lot of people around here are gonna have in plenty of supply. Even a cornered kitten will fight.
Not wrong about that. as he's just sort of solemnly staring at the fires during the whole conversation.
Yeah. He kind of stares at it for a moment longer too, and then kind of goes, like, seems to shake himself and goes, anyway, and he sticks out his hand to you. I want to say thank you again. And he,
Lauren will reach out and grab his, just grab his shoulder, or not shoulder, his elbow, in like one of those sort of.
Yeah, the bro shake.
Yeah.
And he shakes it in turn and looks at the rest of the group. If the that are around him, and says, all of you, we're lucky you're here. See you all tomorrow. And then turns and heads back to his family.
Or we'll just look at Naira and give a slight smile.
I'm really glad we helped. Like she's looking a little emotional, actually, and just like we made a difference.
Yep, that's right. Y'all did. Take pride in it.
You were there too.
Yeah, but I'm used to this shit. Y'all aren't, what I can tell.
And just think, Dreamer. If you hadn't found that location, none of us would have been here. Think it was meant to be.
Sure feels like it.
I really hope. I really hope we can continue to make a difference. And I really hope that we all get to celebrate in the tavern when it's done.
Yep, who throw my drinks?
I'll tell you what, I will give you each platinum.
You say that, and Lauren will just hold out his hand.
Afterwards, Lorian. You gotta survive first.
Yeah, Lorium, you gotta survive, then you can bring the thunder.
Fuck you.
Sakbara.
Sakbara, you little shit.
Did Naira's face have any sort of change towards that little exchange?
Yeah, she's looking at you both like you're bad. But she's clearly amused by it now. Like now that she is in on the joke, she's fine with it.
At this point, has Wander? Since we're outside, do we see him?
Yeah, Wander is like a part of the little group that has that had gathered to see the flames on the horizon.
Wander, it's so good to see you.
I was waiting for an interaction. I didn't want to.
I was like,
He'll kind of nod and come towards everyone.
There you are.
I stay inside tonight?
Oh, please. I was actually gonna suggest that. You can. I prefer being outside, but just with everything going on, maybe we should all stick together tonight.
Oh, no, I would. I've. And she's just not going to say anything, but she is just going to shake her head. And then she's going to go, Wander, by the way, you don't have to ask.
Yeah, you can stay wherever you want, bud.
His eyes will kind of drift off as if he's understanding that, and he'll say, "Okay."
Yeah, he'll look at Nix. Seems like boss has more private plans.
What? I just want
Kinda
a good
like-
night's sleep.
I'm sorry. I think there may have been misunderstanding. I just meant we should all be in the same place, like not in the same room. I don't think like that's probably not good. Like Naira wouldn't do that.
He'll just shrug. I couldn't give two shits either way, but I'm taking a window room tonight. And I'll just sort of look, since no one else is saying anything. We're all being awkward. I'm just gonna look over at Wander and just say, "Well, we've all eaten. Have you eaten yet, Wander?"
No.
Of course, yeah. All right, let's go in.
Go follow your lead.
Yeah, unless anyone stops him, he's walking back inside.
Naira's going to make sure that Valco can do his business.
Yeah, you're able to
What?
kind of lead him off to the side for a moment, and he performs as required. Or trotting again at your heel.
Seeing Wander just stand there at the side of the table, and Lauren will move over a seat and pat it.
He'll stay at the side of the table.
Okay.
Your seat's not good enough.
See a tear down the one eye of Lauren. No, I'm kidding.
It's weird. I see a tear down the other eye too. It's
Oh. What?
what in the goddamn?
So, Nix, I have been meaning to mention, by the way, that is a lovely new cloak you're wearing.
Oh, I know. Actually, I've been meaning to ask which one of y'all did this. Zavar said it was one of y'all.
Uh-oh.
Lauren will look at you like, just really? Falco, hush.
Falco,
Damn it,
were
we just
just
took you
outside.
outside. Yeah.
He's at the puppy stage where he's just so defensive over every little noise.
Well, let's get this out of the way. Ah. Hey!
That was private. None of us can see it.
Oh, well, it wasn't that 20, so. I really wanted it to be low, so come on, 1. You know what?
Ooh.
I'm gonna roll again at disadvantage.
Nope.
Okay.
That's an 11.
11.
Do we make an insight check?
Yeah, you can probably make an inside check.
He's like, I really want this to fail. I'm taking super disadvantage.
I'm rolling into like an 11.
powers. Nope.
Nope.
So Naira's in
We
on it.
both.
Oh, we're all doing this? Okay.
Well, I mean, unless Lorium just kind of wouldn't be paying attention.
Wander's kind of looking away from Nyx, kind of like looking towards the door.
So yeah, Lorium and Naira, the two of you are aware of whatever is going on with Wander. So Wander, what do they notice?
They notice that he's kind of, as Nyx asked who makes it or who made it, the cloak, he kind of like actively avoids looking in that direction. Like his head's turned towards the door that leads upstairs, and his hands are kind of tucked into his form.
And Lorium already knows that you make gifts.
I did too, but my intelligence check was real low to put that together.
Naira won't say anything, but she will come over and say, do you mind if I have a look? It's very well made.
He'll take the cloak off and hand it to her.
Ooh. And I will like wave it around in a bit of a flourish as I look at it, admire the stitching, whatever.
Give me an investigation check.
You find a bomb strapped to the pockets.
You find all Nyx's secrets!
God damn it!
Second out one, let's go.
No, it's a nice cloak. Yeah, very nice stitching around the outside.
You know, I
You're
gotta say, I do
fascinated
have
by
a passive investigation.
Oh, that's true. What is your passive investigation?
It's like crazy high, if I remember correctly.
It would be 18
Yeah.
if it's +4/+4. Yeah.
It's 18. Oh, okay. 18. Yeah, I will say then that that actually with your passive is enough to notice that there are a number of hidden pockets in the cloak. Several of which are already loaded with various items.
There's some ball bearings. There's
I will not be investigating the pockets.
some plants.
But I will be like, oh, it's very well suited for you.
No, yeah, I really love it. That's why I put it on and I haven't stopped wearing it. My other favorite thing, and he pulls out the switchblade knife and pops out the blade.
Naira is gonna want to have a look at that too.
He does that thing where when you reach for it, he just like pulls it slightly away at the last second, but then lets you have it.
The tip of her tail will twitch a little bit when you do that, but she still has a sort of smile on her face. I assume it's just a very well made switchblade. Is there anything to see on it?
No, nothing in particular immediately catches your eye. It doesn't appear to have any kind of obvious iconography or anything like that on it. Yeah, from what you can see, it's just a very kind of well-made concealable blade.
Actually, lengthwise along the hilt, there's a design that kind of just looks very flourishy and just appealing and easy on the eyes. But I think because Naira can speak Celestial, it's actually a sentence. And just so I'm not pulling this out of my ass, I did. I sent it after the paragraph that I sent you describing it, but I did send it earlier.
Yes, you did. No, sorry. Yeah, that was my bad. I've been in kind of a rush today.
That is totally fine. I'm just saying that so it's not just like I'm suddenly throwing this in there.
No. Yep, that I 100% remember that now. Yes, so it is there.
What does it say?
I will DM you what it says, and I suppose anyone else can make a perception check if they speak Celestial.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you asked him when he got it anyway if he spoke Celestial too.
I do not.
Yeah.
I hope it says I sell cocaine.
It's just the most horrible. It's just like I murder people every day. It says this.
Oh, come on. Nat 20. Well, she does some very cool flourishes with the knife, by the way. She sort of flicks it out and tosses it in the air, grabs it. Like you would not have expected to see Naira, like, essentially John Wick this this dagger, and she's just very cool with it.
Does the butterfly knife thing.
Yes.
Yeah, and you guys will notice she seems very comfortable with this kind of weapon in her hand. Very familiar with the particular kind of flourishes that are usable with a concealed blade.
And
Yeah.
then, oh, go ahead.
Oh no, Lauren would just say that just brings up further questions.
Uther would just go, nice.
Nix's eyes are like wide in wonder, and he was like, "Well, they taught you well at that school, didn't they?"
Oh, yes. I learned from the best. What do you mean it raises questions?
Oh, I might expect you to do something like that with like a pencil or something, but
Well, I mean, you've seen me with a blade.
yeah, you're a lot more martial than I thought when I first met you.
Oh, well, actually, that is kind of a funny story. They basically said the same thing to me at Sorveni. And she hands the dagger back, sort of smiling at Wander, and then returning to her seat. I actually thought they were going to kick me out of the fencing program for a while.
Just too good of an opponent.
Well, I had a small problem with...
Restraint.
Yes, actually.
That tracks.
That is exactly what they said. But I got real lucky that actually Lord Murdoch intervened.
I'll just grunt and sit back.
She will cock an eyebrow at the grunt.
I mean, you can roll an insight check.
13.
I mean, I'm not even gonna roll for it. That matches his passive, so. No, yeah, you would just get the sense that he has questions about Murdoch. Like when you mention him again, it's just kind of like the expression of "oh, that fucker again," but he's not gonna raise any questions.
Nix will actually ask, "Oh, Murdoch paid for them?"
Well, I mean, Murdoch paid for all of my school.
Well, yeah, but I meant he specifically got you fighting lessons.
Oh, yes. Well, I mean, it's part of the Bard training program. We are expected to be able to fence and the like. But, well, because because of our start in life, I had a instinct for survival, I guess is the best way to put it. And they thought that I might be better suited for more academic pursuits, but they let Murdoch know, and excuse me, I've been very informal, Lord Murdoch. But he basically, I'm sure he came and visited when I was in the halls of tradition for a little while. He asked for a demonstration, and when he saw my talents, he made sure that I got special instruction. He's a very good man, and she says that right to Lorium.
Uther, make an insight check for Nix.
Go himbo powers.
Um, you you notice there every time she said the word Murdoch, he's had like a slight reaction, but when she said that he got her special lessons, um, he he had a bigger reaction to that.
Uh, as you're seeing that, she will continue on, and she will basically explain. Yeah. Oh, what were? I'm sure. I don't know if you will have heard of their institution, because he actually brought in special tutors for me, the Shrouded Servants. I studied postures and defense and blade dancing. Oh, blade dancing was amazing with Fiore and Mika. She was amazing.
Nix, give me a history check.
I'm so great at these.
Yeah. Yeah, you are.
You recognize both of these names. The Shrouded Masters
Shrouded Servants.
are the Shrouded Servants, sorry, are a group that is very well known among the nobility across a great deal of the Harashan coast. They are, I mean, many people call them basically an assassin's guild. They have a reputation as essentially being operatives for hire. That they're not exactly a secret organization, but they are their membership and identities are a very jealously guarded secret. Whilst their kind of headquarters and holdings are known, they're not. They're certainly not open. And trying to learn the true name and true identity of any member is generally punished quite harshly and violently by the guild. The name that she dropped in particular is well known for being essentially a duelist for hire that is brought in as a essentially a kind of a ringer champion when nobles are in a spat and have decided to settle it in a duel of champions. She is brought in to settle those in favor of her employer, and is known for being extraordinarily deadly.
And you might want to roll an insight check. It's not high.
Oh, me?
Mm-hmm. Never mind.
No, I know exactly why he's not. He he is having lots of thoughts in his head right now.
That's okay. Uther looks really confused too.
Actually, Lariam, go ahead and give me a history check as well. It'll be definitely a higher DC for you because you're not of that world, but you may
Sure.
recognize the general name.
Actually, since we're all making history checks, when I depicted the sigil, would Nix recognize that at all? Or would he know that company?
Um,
And the answer is no for me.
yeah, you don't recognize any of the of what Naira is talking about. Nix, go ahead and give me a second history check then to see for Larium's symbology. Oh damn! So with 17, what does he recognize about the flame-maned lion?
That's actually something for you to say if he would recognize the company at all, because that's in a different part of the world for him, on the eastern coast.
Quick question.
I am actually going to say that no. What you do recognize, Nix, is that this is not a common heraldic device. You know, you're relatively familiar with a lot of the symbology and heraldic beasts and the like that are typically utilized by mercenary companies. And this is not a very typical one of the Harashan coast.
Gotcha.
And I'd
Can
like to roll an insight check on how Nyx is responding to this, by the way.
well, okay. Can I also? I want to leave the table, but stealthily.
We're just all rolling
Um,
inside checks on each other.
So now, yeah, you can definitely see that Nyx has kind of retreated into his own mind, if you like, with regards to his reaction to you. Nyx, like, does she get anything more than that with a 17?
Brotherly concern. There's a bit of concern on his face.
She will interpret that and just say, well, and I'm ever so grateful that he did. I mean, if I didn't have the training, I probably wouldn't be able to survive out here.
Is she talking about Murdoch?
Yep.
Nick stands up and just goes, I'm so sorry. I think this is hitting me. I just need a little bit of air. I'll be right back. And nobody has to make an insight check. That was a lie.
Loriam understands.
Naira's looking very confused and conflicted, but she won't move.
Loriam will just... Oh, go ahead.
I don't understand.
Loriam will just look to you and just say, with this Murdoch fellow, Lord, you two were raised in separate divisions, or...
Oh, divisions. Well, we weren't exactly raised by Lord Murdoch. He found
Tutored,
us. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I've gone over this before, but yes, he found us and he took us in, and after a little while, like he scrubbed us off and got us my basic education, and as it turns out, I had an affinity for it, so he offered to send me to boarding school. I wasn't going to go, obviously, but Nyx actually insisted. I don't know if you know this, but Murdoch is the one who gave us our names.
Or he's kind of like a questioning eyebrow to that.
Well,
didn't have names before.
Oh, well, I don't. Tabaxi have different customs about names, so I was not given one before our parents died, and Nyx hadn't received one either. He hadn't chosen one, but that just doesn't really work in the real world. You can roll an insight on that phrasing, by the way, if you want.
Sure. He is studying you because he was curious about this ever since he and Nyx had his little powwow.
You can tell that she is repeating a phrase that she has heard. That was not her thought. But one that she has sort of accepted as obviously that must be true because I was told it by somebody I trusted.
Okay.
And so in polite society. We everybody has names. It's a good idea to be able to address one another, and obviously that makes sense. So Lord Murdoch named us. He gave us a home and a name and a way to exist.
Hmm.
I was so touched. Naira means brilliant or glittering, and I always thought that was very pretty.
In what language?
I don't know.
Old Imperial. You actually do know.
Oh, I do. Old Imperial.
Hmm. And
Wait a minute. No, that. Hold on. Let me DM you.
but for the last time, you can give an insight check to Laura.
Okie dokie. Nope.
He's just focusing. Could be thinking about the fight. As he just goes quiet.
So I don't think I know what the name where
Yeah,
where it comes from.
yeah. Sorry, that was actually my bad. I probably need to review all this stuff.
Exploring stuff is hard.
It was pedal to the metal today, so sorry guys if I'm a little scatterbrained.
No, you're fine.
You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, sorry, that was it is not in fact Old Imperial. You're not actually certain what language. It is that you were simply told that when you were given the name.
So I don't know. I just I guess that's what they said. Sometimes names just mean something. But yeah, no. So he gave me a name and then sent me off to school. And meanwhile, and at this she sort of trails off, but then she sort of soldiers on and goes. And he also elevated Nyx. Normally, obviously, they don't make street urchin squires. But I'm not even going to make you roll
He'll give
because
a
she's.
genuine chuckle to
What?
that. Yeah, he'll just give a genuine chuckle to that, but you rolled a 7, so.
Yeah, but she does not necessarily look like she looks like she's struggling to say that as if she believes it, but like she does. She doesn't know what else she could believe.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't say he deliberately separated us. It's just we had different talents.
Maybe
Did you
I'll
get
meet
to-
this Murdoch once I have finished my own business.
Oh, I'm sure. I've already written to him about you. I would love to be able to introduce you to him.
See the corner of his eye twitch when you say that you've already mentioned him to him. Sorry, Uther was about to say something, though?
No. Moment passed. So we're
Oh,
good.
sorry.
No, it's fine. There's just that like half-second delay sometimes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's like, and then you go to, and then it's like, never mind.
And then
Well,
Naira starts looking at the door like she is wondering if Nyx is going to return.
I'm gonna go have a walk outside and then I'll head on up to bed. Just to be clear, we all taking separate rooms, right?
I believe that's the plan. I spoke to Zavara earlier, and he said that he would make arrangements for us. Yes.
All right, Monder, you get the pick. You can have your own room, or you can room with somebody else.
Someone else.
He'll just give a smile. That's fair. And start heading outside. And he is actually, while they do their thing, he's actually going to look for Nyx.
Okay, give me a perception check as you step out into the.
Oh, yeah.
into the evening.
Yeah!
Not a particularly high DC, but
It's particularly high DC.
that is actually enough. I was gonna make it a DC 5 because there was a chance that you would miss him because he was kind of off to one side. Nyx, are you still doing what you DM'd me?
Yep.
So, describe to Lorian what he sees as you step outside and you hear a noise off to one side of the Fox and the Hound, and notice that both of the guards are actually kind of very studiously not looking in that direction.
You hear like a dull thumping sound, and as you get closer, you realize Nyx is alternating his arms and punching the trunk of a tree. And
Which one?
the furthest one.
Oh, this one?
No, around to the side.
Oh, okay.
I really need to fix the ping module on this.
Oh, yeah. He'll walk on over. Does anybody else in the inside want to do anything first?
Nope.
Go for it.
Buka? Yeah, he'll approach. What's going on, Scout? You angry at the tree? Piss you off?
No, the tree is fine. It's him. I can't stand him.
Yeah, that's one of two loyalties you get with that sort of work, I guess.
I'm sorry, say that again?
He said that's one of two loyalties you would expect from that sort of work, I guess.
No. He fucking lied to me. He lied. And he'll punch the tree again. At this point, you'll probably notice that his knuckles are bleeding.
Oh, stop that. You're going to hurt the poor thing. You said it's fine. Or actually, probably with your weak fucking wrist, you ain't going to do much shit. Sounds to me like this guy's been lying to a bunch of people. So what do he say to you?
He'll stop and he'll say, he said that if I did what he asked, became a good little soldier, he'd leave my sister alone. That she would be safe. It's the only reason I went into this darkness is so that she could be safe.
He'll just sort of look over his shoulder. And then back at you. Just looks pretty safe to me.
Yeah. She can hold her own. She can kill things. And that is exactly where he wants us. To be his little pets. To do his little doings.
Then leave.
He looks he looks conflicted. I want to. More than anything, I want to leave. But what about Dreamer?
Take her with you.
And what, be hunted for the rest of our lives? I just thought if she could just get away and get out, it would be fine.
He'll think for a moment and then just shrug. I mean, yeah, if the shit goes against your moral compass or what you want to do, just fucking leave. If they hunt you, they hunt you. You deal with it.
I. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should have done that from the beginning.
Mrs. Murdoch, you have many people like you?
Yeah. A lot
How
of them
many?
better. I don't know how many.
And your sister, you know of any deals?
I don't know. I just know that until she finishes this project and graduates, I can't do anything. Once she graduates and she's out of his grasp, but not before then. I'm not going to take that away from her.
So, from what you've told me about this guy and what you've done, kind of formulating a picture. If I'm understanding correctly, there is no graduating.
Nix's eyes get really wide. He had, like, he just realized that when you said it. And he gives another big punch to the tree.
Well, stop fucking hurting the tree.
Can I punch you then?
Yeah, go for it.
And then he'll punch you.
Yeah, go for it.
In
He's not
the
resisting.
chest. I'm sure it's not going to do anything. They're going to be inept, but he's going to. He's just
roll an attack.
okay.
You are automatically proficient in unarmed strikes.
Yep. I do think we'll get to your rolls in just a tick, although they were private, so you'll need to redo them whatever they were. Unless they were intended to be private, in which case you're good. Nix, you, however, are not so good, as with a resounding Kong, you smash your knuckles straight into the brand new sharp-edged splint mail that covers his chest, and do very little except bruise them.
Yeah, he does that 3 more times.
Feel better.
No, but and he'll look down at his hands. and then look back up at you.
What would make you feel better?
And he'll look at you for a second, and then he'll step a bit closer, and he'll say, "What would make me feel better is taking every single thing out from under that motherfucker and slicing him on his way down."
That's always an option. We're gonna need to work on your punches, though. As you see his fist clench. And no. As he came in for an uppercut underneath your left left shoulder.
That misses. So he dodges and he starts coming towards you, his arms out, and he just gives you a hug.
Well, at least you can fucking dodge a hit. As he's just sort of awkwardly staring at straight at the tree with his arm still raised.
And then he'll step back. We don't have to tell people that just happened.
He'll shrug. Fine by me, but remember, no matter what people think of it, deserting's always an option. And you can give an insight check to that.
I was
If you'd
gonna
like.
Dun, dun,
I was about to
dun.
ask for one too. God damn it. I'm too upset, blinded by rage.
He could be speaking out of his ass, could be speaking from experience, who knows?
When they are outside, by the way, Naira will look at Wander and she will say, "That was a very well-made knife."
He'll it's weird to hear because most of the communication that comes from Wander is just humming in a way because there's no discernible mouth. But you do hear this kind of high-pitched mm-hmm.
Why don't you want him to know?
He'll look at you and say, "No, what?"
Okay. Well, your secret is safe with me and Uther.
He relaxes a bit at that.
You are a good man, Wander.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, I remember now. I made you a promise, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Uther, I don't believe I told you, but Wander was asking about the dynamic between you and I. Actually, I think Wander originally thought that I didn't like you very much. And she is smiling.
Must admit, I had my concerns at first as well.
Really? Oh. Well, I guess it's good to know that I wasn't exactly broadcasting.
Well, you play yourself rather well. Very ladylike.
I'm going to inside jack that. I don't believe you at all.
I've never wanted to see the word deception so much in my life.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Well, she preens. She's delighted that she was able to fool you.
A white lie.
So I guess I wanted to ask you a question, Wander. What do you know of romance?
People do it when they're in love.
You mean people experience romance?
It is a thing they do. And there's kind of a question mark at the end of that. As if you asked him and now he's like, oh shit, do I not? Am I wrong?
There are things that
Meaning that
people
he is open
do.
to definition.
Yes. But it's more of a feeling than an action. Well, I guess I wanted to explain that Uther and I like each other in a romantic way. And she sort of looks at Uther like, please don't contradict me.
Now hold on a second.
He's like, wait a second.
This wasn't in the script.
He nods. Well, I prefer using different languages. There's different types of love. But I believe we already have a friendship, philia, growing, as well as ludus, a bit of playful love. And, well, of course, eros. That's more passionate. Sexual, they call it when they're more entangled physically. Though that doesn't tend to lean into...
Naira, give me a will save.
As the book falls from her pocket. Okay.
Yes.
It's just a wisdom save, right?
I cast Bane on
Or
her.
charisma. Are you the two of you just hear a faint like a little bit of steam just starting to curl out under Naira's collar.
Naira is trying very hard and failing miserably at not looking like she is overwhelmed.
But you see, there's also what you're really working for is pragma, or the long-standing, long-lasting love. That's why sometimes our words aren't as refined as they should be.
As you're talking, Wander is slowly reaching a hand to your forehead and Naira's forehead. Just very slowly, keeping eye contact with you.
He doesn't move out of the way. He just sees, he kind of like looks up at your hand and is like, all right. He's just talking.
You know, I'm going to roll a perception. I don't even know that I noticed. Oh, I do. Okay, but I don't move.
Are you all right, Naira? You just seem a little bit I'm blowing a gasket, perhaps a little bit.
I'm fine. I am glad you are here to help me explain.
You notice as Uther doesn't seem to, as well as sleeping in the room, all of it. For some reason, it seems to just have no noticeable effect on him.
Is I should roll an insight. And this is weird. Wander is going to compare the warmth of Naira and Uther, and I'm going to call that an insight check,
Go ahead and roll.
just to see if he can discern something for himself. Well, you know.
Naira's
While you two
very
continue
warm.
to talk about it, yeah.
Flushed almost.
It burns Wander's stone hand. I don't even know how you did that. Wander will say, you are warm,
Huh.
and how does Uther feel relative to that kind of warmth, that nervous flush warmth?
Average. Definitely warm, but not hot.
Yeah, like not a corpse, but
Yeah. Been relaxing in a chair and drinking for a while, kind of warm, you know? What you would expect.
yes. Then he'll say, you feel normal. And then you can both roll an insight check if you'd like.
Go, himbo powers activate.
I think you gotta stop.
No.
You gotta stop saying that. It doesn't work.
It works like 10% of the time.
Yeah.
We need to get you a new Power Ranger.
It usually works. It usually works when he says that specifically to learn stuff about Naira.
Yeah.
Which is very
That's only
appropriate.
doesn't work.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. We'll get you a new catchphrase. It'll be all encompassing. It'll be great.
For world peace. No, it's not right.
No, not that. No. For money, that probably, that one's good. I'd say with the highest roll being an 8, yeah. Wonder just seems a little confused. He puts his hands down. Goes back to listening if you continue to talk.
Well, anyway, I hope that explains the dynamic.
It tried to.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm sure I can find some books for you.
Okay.
Have you ever loved someone? I mean, not with the arrows, but perhaps one of the other ones.
Yes.
A friend, someone you knew? Who's that?
You and you, and as he's saying you, he kind of points towards both of you, and then he looks around to see if Nix and Lorium have walked back in, and seeing that maybe they have, maybe they haven't.
Do you point at the wolf?
No.
At this point, it's
Oh
been
my
long
God.
enough that, yeah, like if Nix and Lorium would be walking, like would have finished that conversation and then simply walked back in, you would be re-entering it around about this time.
Yeah. Lauren
as-
would have said one more thing, though. Well, we can get to that after
Okay, yeah,
you
we'll,
guys.
we'll get back to that. So you guys finish up then if you're not quite done.
As soon as he says you and points to Nara specifically, Nara will just throw herself at him and give him a hug.
He continues trying to point.
Just, oh, I love you too, Wander. And that's
Thank
it.
you. And fade to black. Meteor hits, we all die.
Rock
Swapping
ball.
back to Nix and Lorium outside.
Oh yeah, after getting hugged, and then him saying we don't have to tell people about that. He would have just said, "Well, after we finish this, we could finish up y'all's job too on the way, since it's kind of where I'm headed anyway. Tell you what, we can go back to this fella, find out what he's doing, maybe kill him, or you can leave. You can convince your sister y'all can come with me on my shit. Or option 3, there's a nice tavern in Basel. If you go there and drop my name, they'll set you up with work. Maybe even give you a new name if you want. You can disappear."
Well, I'd like to get Naira out of there. Away from him, if I can.
Go and play buddy buddy till then.
It's no different than what I've already been doing. But, thanks.
Man, no problem, Scout. As he'll just pat your shoulder and turn around. Come on. Your sister's gonna be worrying.
Oh, she's gonna have questions.
And just give her answers. It's up to you how truthful they are. But once you pass them, make a dex check.
No, you lulled me into this.
At disadvantage because he did.
I'm gonna make one more athletics roll. 8. Oh, 15. 17. Yeah.
Okay.
You probably jump the tail that unfurls and tries to trip you up.
Oh, it was your tail?
Yep.
When you do that, he's just gonna stop and look at you. And just like you did, he's just gonna, that first night, he's just gonna reach for your tail.
It's very, very thick, and actually, the end of it. Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
Come on, you walked into that one. Let's be honest, dude.
I did. I trust. I have the mind of a child half the time, but I trusted it. Anyway, where a lot of tiefling tails are like the sharp point. Again, shut up. It's missing a good chunk at the end.
Okay.
And he's just going to swat you the fuck away.
I figured. And then he will make his way back inside.
Yep, keep up that fancy footwork.
Can we take a quick break? Oh, and when you come inside, you see Naira just throw her arms around Wander and go, "Oh, I love you too."
Damn it, she's been drinking again.
Yeah, good to see y'all getting along.
You also see Wander trying to point at you two, but failing because he can't.
Yeah, we can take a bio break. I need to take the
so
dog
yeah.
out anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Gotta deal with the
It
dogs.
seems like a good time as you guys are all, once again rejoined around your table. We will take a 5-minute break and then, resume when everybody gets back.
Alright,
Awesome. Yay!
be right back.
Okay, so as evening has passed, it's getting in towards a little late into the night. You notice that people, despite the tension in the room, start to head off to either toward the basement in the kitchen, where you know that a number of them are sheltering together, or if they are fortunate enough, up toward one of the rooms. A number of them simply seem to be making themselves comfortable at the tables as the bard finishes up his set and kind of heads off to his own rest. Zavara comes over and mentions to each of you that the madam has asked that you all be made as comfortable as possible, given what you will potentially be facing tomorrow and the challenges ahead, and says that rooms have been prepared for each of you. And he gives you, Naira, a particular look and says, according to your request.
All I requested was that we get rooms, so she's not even remotely concerned about that.
I'm sorry, that was Nick laughing, not Nick's. Because he put you on blast.
And they will say, if you are ready to retire, you may follow me.
He'll just look at the group.
We
Yeah,
can,
I'm ready.
we can find our own way. Oh, never mind.
Oh, well, please, if you would like to finish your drinks or anything, do not let me rush you. But yes, sir, please follow me. And he takes you by the hand, Lorium, or well, not takes you by the hand, but he kind of beckons for you to follow him and lead you upstairs. And I'll move your token into one of the rooms.
With a view.
Actually, yes.
Yeah.
He leads you to one of the larger staterooms, where you, very similar to the room where you spent your first night at the Fox and the Hound, when you were paid quite generously for company. Or several of you paid quite generously for company, I should say.
True.
Some of us from our own pocket.
Some more generously than others, it has to be said.
Splint mail definitely isn't as easily comfortable as chainmail, but he's with the situation. Yeah, he's gonna sleep in it.
Okay. Yeah, you can manage another night or two before that will start to seriously affect you.
Yeah.
Especially given your experience on the campaign trail and everything. It won't be the first time.
Naira will say, Wander was saying that he would like to bunk up with someone. Nix, I was wondering if you would mind.
I mean, yeah, you're more than welcome, Wander, if that's what you'd like.
He'll cock his head to the side just slightly, and he'll say, "I was hoping to sleep with Lorium."
Oh. Well, I'm sure as soon as Zavar comes back, he can show you where Lorium was staying.
He kind of picks his head up and nods and says, "Okay."
Yeah, and a few moments later, Zavar does indeed come back downstairs, talking to a couple other people. You hear him mention something about one of the dormitory rooms to a family, and kind of say, "Oh yes, this is the second door on the first corridor," and guides them over. And if any of you are kind of looking in his direction, he'll wander back. He'll beeline back over to the table and say, "Yes, is there anything else?"
Our friend here wanted to, or did he just leave? I cut out for a second.
No,
I know
he's here.
Wander's still here.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, our friend here would like to meet up with the tiefling that you just escorted upstairs.
Well, yes, certainly. Right this way.
He'll stand up and say, "Thank you,"
Have a good night,
And
Wander.
and nod.
he, he leads you upstairs.
As Wander leaves, Nyx will also get up to follow them upstairs.
Okay. So yeah, I'll move the two of you up there. Boom. Boom.
Look at us, all the single guys about to find a room together.
That's
What's better than this?
And Lauren, you hear a very polite knock on the door, and Zavar kind of opens it briefly and just goes, "One of your companions, sir. Please enjoy your night."
Right. Thank you. As he was just in the middle of taking off his greaves and his gauntlets.
Getting prepared, I see.
I
He
do
kind
not know how this is going to work, but I'm excited to hear about it.
It's oscillating. It's oscillating.
Yeah, he kind of, as he's closing the door, he's kind of looking between the two of you, just like, "Well, I mean, I suppose it takes all sorts. It's not for me to judge." And then, Nyx, he leads you to a room slightly further down the hall and says, "It is at your disposal, sir. If there is anything that can do to make your stay more comfortable, please let me know."
Thank you, friend. I will.
Lorium has no idea he was thinking that.
Neither does Wanda, weirdly enough.
And a few moments later, he comes back downstairs once more, and says, approaches Nyx or Naira and Uther, and just says, "And the fourth room along has been reserved for the both of you."
Whoa, what?
For you, Lady Naira.
Okay. Thank you so much,
He kind of
Sarah.
looks. He just kind of looks kind of expectantly toward Uther. And you, sir, do you need any assistance with your arrangements?
Certainly. I'll make those with the rest of my group. Thank you.
As you say, sir. And then he just kind of backs away and then moves off to keep just kind of seems to be organizing everybody here, making sure that everybody's got a place where they're comfortable and that families are able to kind of stay together and the like.
Naira taps her fingers on the table, looking like she's gathering her nerves, and says, "You know, I realized I put you on the spot earlier when I asked about your past relationships. I just wanted to say it doesn't bother me. I expected you had a life before me. Probably several."
He smiles at that. Looks a bit nostalgic in the distance as he shakes his head. Yeah, but none of them feel quite like this.
For what it's worth, you are my first special someone. I realize this was probably obvious.
I had a feeling. And I kind of hope will be each other's last special someone.
Oh. Well, I mean, obviously. And she just sort of trails off.
So, you ready for bed? Am I snuggling with you or Nyx tonight?
Oh. She looks around, very aware she's in a very large room with a lot of other people in it. Walk me to my room?
Nod and stand up. Come on, Valko. As I throw him the last bit of the food.
He will happily snatch it up and trots happily after the two of you, holding it very proudly in his jaws.
Valko's already made himself comfortable.
Just runs in and jumps on the bed.
Valko, get down. She's super nervous. Okay, well, this is me.
Let's see. Go himbo powers. I mean, would that be enough to recognize you're nervous?
She clearly wants to ask you something.
I think you want to ask me something, but I'm not entirely sure.
And she smiles at that. That does put her a little bit more at ease. And she says, would you like to come in?
Look over at the bed. I mean, sure. Dibs on Big Spoon, and don't think you're getting lucky. We've got to fight to the death tomorrow. I got to keep myself energized as I wink at her.
You know what? She's going to insight check that. I take you so seriously. I'm like, oh, okay. Or not. I think you're joking. What is it?
That's definitely one of the reasons. The 5, yeah.
Just a big old question mark.
Because it's truthful, but it's not all of it. But you would. I don't think with a 5 you'd recognize it. Because it'd be persuasion. Because I'm not lying.
Yeah, you can't really tell. I mean, you're very flustered, very nervous. You can't really tell much about his intentions just from kind of looking and listening.
Par for the course, then.
Listen, I can sleep on the floor if it would make you more comfortable. I really don't. I don't want to rush this. And I've done plenty of work in the past, even with other ones that we were supposed to look like we were together. thing, and I kind of just want to, hear you talk about history, take my mind off of things. You left off. He was, I think
Uther?
you said 827. He was crossing the mountain range north of that one city.
Uther?
Yeah.
I almost died. I've never really had to face my own mortality before. I know you probably have, but that was another new experience for me.
Yeah, I've met him. It's a lot the first few times.
Right. That is a story I want to hear. It just occurs to me that I could, or we could, not survive tomorrow. But you don't want to rush things, so I guess I respect that. You can sleep where you want.
Uther would kind of look at you with a smile, step forward, lift your chin up, and kiss you. As he would then jump and at the same motion pull you onto the bed. As he would then just lay back, glancing up towards the woodwork of the roof. Well, what do you want to hear? Where it started?
Sure, or I could tell you about 832.
Yeah, I'm kind of boring. Go on.
Well, that was easy.
And she goes into a story about some battle or something. Hold on, I have something for this.
Uther's like, he knows my stuff. That's a repeat. Like, let's go. New thing.
Pulls out a 15-pound book.
They're actually, no, she does have a story about a couple of rival nations in the Confederacy, Castine and Feldrova. And they have had a bitter rivalry for like ever, basically. And she has a fun fact about that, which both celebrate Independence Day from the oppression of the other one on the same day, commemorating the same event for which they both claim victory. And so now they each put on these incredibly lavish, like month-long, trying to outdo the other one Independence Day thing to be able to be like, no, it's really our Independence Day. And she's always wanted to go.
So yeah, you spend the next little while regaling Uther with this tale. The two of you laying together as Valco naps somewhat um, angrily in the corner, wondering why he's not up there too, since that seems to be where everyone's going. The rest of you in your own rooms are able to find what rest you can, as around you the fox and hound. Oh, go on.
I just want to do one thing.
Okay.
It's very small. Does the window in my room open?
Yes.
Awesome. He's going to stick his head out and see if he can find like the I don't know something. I want to see if I can find something to get my magic rope to like connect to.
What, as in like to create a way to go down to the ground, or?
No, to get onto the roof.
Oh, okay. The climbing rope, does it have like a grapnel function, or can it kind of knot itself onto things that if you throw it up? I don't remember the exact
Yes.
version on it.
Is
I-
it the magic rope?
Yeah, the rope of climbing. It can. I know it can fasten itself securely to an object,
Yeah,
and
why
then
not?
it could not unknot.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, looking at the text, it very easily obeys your command. Once you speak the appropriate phrases, snakes upward, and you feel it fasten itself what you feel to be quite securely onto one of the roof joists that is sticking out above you.
How far up is that?
It's not far. You are on the top floor, so the roof itself, I mean, it is a sloping roof, so the actual pinnacle is probably a good 15 feet up or so, but just the very kind of edge of it is probably only about 3 or 4 feet above you.
Okay, cool. He will climb up the rope and then get it to unfasten, and he'll put it back, and he will just find a spot on the roof where he can just lay there and look up at the stars, and he'll fall asleep up here.
Okay. It's quite a nice night for it. You know, this area of the Harashan coast is pretty mild. It's a late spring, early summer night, so you're fairly comfortable up there, and it is a relatively clear day. So yeah, you are able to drift off staring up at the night sky.
Is Wander going to come in, or is he just going to stand there at the open door?
You know, he's gonna stand there. No, he will come in.
Martin, what'd you say? I'm honored that you chose to bunk with me tonight. I hope you don't mind snoring.
I don't. And then he'll walk over to be right next to the bed.
Kind of like a puppy. Do you want the bed or?
No.
Alright.
So he'll finish taking off. Basically, he's taking off only the parts of armor, like, of course, boots, shoes, greaves, gauntlets, anything that's just quickly, easily slipped on and fastened in the morning, yeah.
Anything that's slip on and off, nothing that will be like cumbersome and take time to don if there's a need.
Yeah. And then just a fat ass pile of weaponry off to the side of the bed.
Okay. So yeah, each of you in your rooms, and you, Nyx, on the roof, hear the sounds of people moving around you for a little while longer as families and others kind of congregate in their own places, find whatever kind of comfort they can, and settle in for the night. Sometime the night wears on, you will fall asleep. You can all take a long rest if needed. I imagine it is for most of you.
Yeah.
Hachi.
Oh, so
Hachi
much
also
I
takes a
needed
long
it.
rest. Before we fall asleep, Wander will cast Inflict Wounds at 2nd level on Lorium.
Oh no!
Lorium's like, foreplay.
So the night passes. You, Nyx, being on the roof, are actually the first to awaken. The sun starts to lighten above you, the rays of it hitting your eyes and stirring you with the first dawn. You look over toward the eastern horizon, and where you saw the flames the previous night, now silhouetted against the rising sun, you see faint columns of smoke are all that remain. Around you, the town is, much as it seemed the previous evening, still practically deserted. The inn underneath you hasn't yet started to rouse fully, but you do see at their posts at each of the main entrances still squads of Golden Band and town militia staring out into the Urashi wilds, many of them looking tentatively towards the columns of smoke.
He will kind of glance towards the smoke and see. I think he just wants to like ease his fears and make sure there's not like an advancing horde on the horizon anywhere.
Go ahead and give me a perception check. Given that you have quite the vantage point from on top of the roof. With an 18, you see not a horde, certainly, but you do see off in the distance, perhaps a mile beyond the edge of town. Only the faintest suggestion, and if this was not a shape and a form that you were very familiar with, you doubt you'd even have noticed it at all. But you do see the shape of a lone wolf rider on the crest of a hill, silhouetted against the rising dawn behind them, apparently staring down at the town itself.
Can I see the watchtower from where I am on the roof?
Yes.
He's go ahead.
I was just going to say, it does appear to be manned. You can see two figures standing on the platform, one of which is kind of looking in more or less the direction of the rider, whilst the other seems to be looking on towards the opposite side of town.
I'm gonna whistle at them.
They're a good like 150 feet away.
Oh, never mind. Fuck those guys. He will get out his rope, get it to fasten itself again, and then climb back down into his room, pull his rope in, and shut the window.
Okay. Yep, you're able to do that very easily. Don't even have to roll.
And then he'll stay in his room until somebody knocks on his door.
Okay. For the rest of you, Lorium, I'm going to say that you are the next one to wake up. Naira and Uther, you guys were up a little late, regaling each other, or at least Naira regaling Uther with stories of times and peoples gone by. So Lorium, you awaken to find Wander beside in the same place, unmoving beside your bed. Is there anything you wish to accomplish, or like what do you do?
Wandered like standing there, or is he in refrigerator mode?
He's actually standing there. There's no light in his eyes, but he's standing.
He'll just sort of look over and wave a hand, like still laying down, wave a hand in front of him.
And the eyes will turn back on. And...
So you're awake?
Always.
That is reassuring and creepy at the same time. All right. As he'll stretch out, and then, yeah, hop out of bed, pick up his stuff, and start placing it back on. Just for flavor shit, did he do any of that weird humming stuff when he was sleeping, or is that only when making items?
No, he didn't. He didn't make any noise. It was
Okay.
surprisingly quiet.
Surprisingly quiet, except Lorium's very loud snoring.
Yeah, you for once, like, Wander wasn't the loudest thing in the room.
Yeah, he looked at you and just said, "Are you all ready to go?"
Little bit longer.
No problem then. And he'll just walk towards the window and just look at it for a bit.
Without moving from looking at you, the eyes will just turn back off.
Okay. Well, then, since none of them are going to be taking any immediate action, Naira, Uther, you guys have a chance now to awaken in yourselves in your own room. To Naira, at least now familiar sound of Valko scratching at the door and whining, asking to go out for his morning necessaries.
Naira will do the sort of curl up and then flex out, very cat-like stretch. And probably deliberately rubbing up against Uther before getting up.
As you do rubbing up against him, he doesn't seem to react. But as you begin to move, you feel as my hand seems to snap out, grabbing onto you as I point my stick pistol towards the door. As I then let you go. Oh man, I haven't slept that deep in ages. You better let him out. I'll meet you downstairs.
All right. And yeah, she will open the door, and I assume Valko at this point knows his way.
Yeah, he does eagerly dart out and then kind of turns and looks back at you, because as far as his training has been concerned, without a specific he doesn't know the command for go do your business outside.
Naira will come along, trying to sort of freshen up as she goes, because she still doesn't know prestidigitation, so.
Yeah, so the two of you, I'm just gonna grab your tokens and.
Yeah, I was
you
gonna say,
ride?
fly me away, Sky Daddy.
Are you heading down to the common room?
Yes.
Okie doke.
Just waiting for everyone else and ordering the steak and eggs breakfast because we going to war today.
Yeah. Okay. You get down there, and you find Zavara himself looking somewhat bleary-eyed and newly awoken. Seems to be just moving around, kind of like essentially getting a head count for how many people are going to be needing to be fed this morning. Does absolutely pay special attention to you though, and when you order that, he's yes, certainly, sir. I will ensure that the kitchen has it out to you shortly. And yeah, indeed, a few minutes later, bacon and egg starts coming out. Nyx, Lorium, and Wander, in your rooms, you start to hear people, you start to hear voices, people moving around outside as the cavern, if not the town as a whole, starts to awaken and move with life once more.
If it's all right, when he heard Valko outside, he would have come out of his room and he would have offered to take Valko out so Naira could get ready.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. In that case, I'll drop Naira back in her room where she is primping.
No, she wouldn't be
oh,
primping. She would have just actually been very utilitarian, so she would probably just be down in the
Okie dokie. Down in the common room.
Yeah.
Okie doke.
When Nyx goes outside, can he still see? I know I don't have the vantage, but can I still see that figure?
From where you are, no. You're like it's kind of hid. The horizon is a little bit hidden and broken up by the roofs of some of the other buildings and the like. And you don't have a precise angle on where you saw him.
As I'm walking Valko to do his business, I will let one of the guards in front of the inn know what I saw and where I saw it.
He thanks you and then actually hurries off in the direction of the watchtower, running up the hill towards them, evidently hoping to pass on the intelligence.
And then Nyx is like, "Okay, Valko, do your. You don't have to look at me. This is.
Heavy eye contact the whole time.
It means he trusts me."
Larium, Wander, are you guys doing anything?
Lorm's just waiting for Wander to move
And
while he's looking out the window.
Yeah, Wander's actually he's ready now. The eyes are on and everything's ready to go, but he'll come up to you and he'll say, "Will you take this?" And he'll hold out in his palm a ring with spiraling flames on it.
He blushes deeply now.
Please say yes.
Yeah, he'll sort of reach his hand out and take the ring. Sure, bud. Is this for anything?
And he'll hold up his left hand, and on that hand you'll see a similar ring, but the design on it is more like bricklaying. You know, looks more like a wall, if you will.
On what finger?
On his middle finger, because he's a bet. No, it's on his ring finger.
This isn't me being silent. This is literally just him contemplating.
And then he will say, "Please wear it."
Sure. He'll slip it on his index finger.
Wander will try to hug you,
Sure.
and then he'll say, "Thank you."
Yeah, no problem. He'll like pat your back and just say, "You all right?"
Yes.
Seem to be doing a lot better.
Yes. And then he'll let go and say, "So downstairs?"
Yeah, that's where everybody's probably heading.
He'll go and get the door. Hold it open for you.
Thank you. And he'll just flick your shoulder as he passes.
Sky Daddy will take you downstairs.
Sky Daddy!
Skyfather!
Fly me, daddy.
Bards can do that. Either will eventually be able to fly us, daddy.
So yeah, you will head downstairs. As the common room begins to fill up a little bit. It's much the same crowd that you saw yesterday, although even more kind of packed. It seems like pretty much everybody in the town almost is here. You see many familiar, well, now at least, familiar faces of people that you've interacted with in the town. Many members of the Golden Band, members of the town militia, are sitting around in small groups. You hear the sound of the rasp of swords being sharpened, the clinks and thumps of armor being fitted and tightened as they kind of, some of them seem to be checking each other over, helping to adjust buckles and the like. Everything is covered with the low murmur of nervous voices as you gather at your table.
Yeah, walk on over with Wander.
Yeah.
Where's the little guy at?
Nyx took Valco outside.
Oh, what a studious little bastard. Oh, there he is. Morning.
As he's walking up, Nyx is just going, "You're such a good boy. Yes, you are." And then when he looks up and everybody's there, he's like, "Good morning."
Is already food prepared?
Yes, yeah. Bacon, as he said, the steak and eggs breakfast has been brought out. It seems like, quite a few people, certainly anybody who is wearing kind of armor and seems to be preparing to fight, seems to be getting similar treatment. There's a kind of a relay of hot food being brought out. That's being laid out ahead of everyone who seems to be gearing up to defend the settlement. And you guys are no exception, and as champions, or perceived champions at least, are definitely given lavish service and portions.
Lauren will cut a piece of steak and just hand it to Wander and just say, hold this under her table.
He looks kind of confused, but he'll take it and do so. Valko breaks a tooth on Wander's head.
No, he's seems quite adept now at grabbing these kinds of scraps, and his teeth actually don't touch you. He seems to be very deliberately not trying to harm any of you, but does definitely like snatch the meat out of your hand, and if you don't like let go, he just kind of tears until you're left with a little bit left, and he takes the rest of it back under the table and is just chewing happily.
He does keep holding on to it, and as Valko tears it away, he'll hold it back up to Lorium and say, "Sorry."
No, that was the kind of the point. You can just drop it under the table.
Oh, and he drops it.
And it follows the rest of the meat quite rapidly.
Yeah, that was the point. Little guy needs food too.
He's not so little anymore. Or at all.
It's relative.
I wonder if he'll get as big as all those other ones we've seen. Oh my, he will eat a lot, won't he?
Yeah, but I could see it now. Nara, direwolf rider.
Yeah, you're gonna need a lance for that.
I don't know that I could carry one, but I do have a saddle.
Yeah, I don't think one of those would fit him at the moment, but he'll grow into it.
He should stay in here, though, shouldn't he? Yeah.
Probably.
He'll keep these people safe, won't you?
So what's the plan of the day?
I think you have a challenge to go make, don't you? Or
Oh yeah. Do we wait for that though, or do we go out on our own?
I think.
As you guys are sitting around discussing this, from outside you hear the familiar shout of Cloven's voice. And he goes, "Defenders of Aldwell, gather up!" And you see several members of the Golden Band and Town Militia that had been sitting around quickly shovel the last of their breakfast down and hurry out. And you see standing by the well, Cloven, gathering them around him, the Golden Band forming into a set of ranks, fairly disciplined ahead of him, the militia and some others gathering around in a slightly more haphazard group. All in all, it's a fairly decent force. You'd estimate maybe about 70 or so. Wearing quite a variety of qualities of gear and armor, but all of them, men, women, both apparently ready to answer the call.
I guess that might involve us.
Well, we are defenders of Aldwell, are we not?
I guess at this point.
Now, Valco, you stay here and you keep these people safe, okay?
Whoa, hey, whoa, whoa! Why is this called the Battle of Aldwell?
of Aldwell.
Whoa, whoa, hey, yeah, whoa, 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 whoa!
Yeah, we're huge.
We are
Like,
huge.
yes.
Yes, you step outside and see this this group gathered around Cloven as he speaks. Again, a group you'd estimate of at least 70 or so. There's about 25 people wearing the familiar equipment of the Golden Band, and a bunch of members of the militia that, though their equipment is not quite up to the same standard, you do see that many of them are wearing what seem to be the weapons that you guys actually brought with you when you first arrived in Aldwell. And though, there's obviously no need for them to differentiate themselves from the attackers, given that none of them are goblinoids. Nonetheless, pretty much all of them seem to have chosen to also wear a golden or yellow scarf somewhere about their person as a sign, it seems, of solidarity with the core defenders.
Is the old man from last night out there in the militia?
Yes, in fact, you do see Bowden, as he introduced himself, standing with a small group of other slightly older gentlemen, all of whom seem to be strapping on older but definitely serviceable equipment, showing like all of them looking fairly calm, as though this is, he mentioned that many of them were veterans who had chosen to settle here, and that's certainly carried out by the bearing with which they carry themselves.
If he makes eye contact with Lauren would just nod towards him.
They definitely do look over at you as you emerge from the tavern and kind of exchanging nods. Cloven is kind of seems to be just going over some things with them, and he just says, "We've seen riders watching the village. No one's to go beyond the palisade without my express permission. Keep a watch at all times. But at all costs, keep them out of the tavern and the general store. That's where all the non-combatants are hiding. They like there's a chorus of kind of assents and aye-ayes. And as you guys emerge, he turns to you and gives you all a nod. Says, "Sleep well."
Pretty damn good, actually.
Oh, and Yannicka is not there. Sorry. Good. I have a feeling you'll need it. So, you ready for today?
Just look towards Nara and Nixon.
Naira is putting on a brave face. Let's see how well she does. No, she is nervous, but she is trying.
Still twitching.
Nix nods at him and says, "We're ready to do what we need to do."
Best we can tell, they're still a few hours out. Just a few isolated riders so far. We've still got some time if there's anything left that you'd like to do.
Naira pops a mushroom. I'm kidding.
If all get high, it gives us +2 strength, -2 intelligence.
I could take that.
Make sure they run a bit of drills, just so they're ready to know when things happen, and they're not surprised if things start going off and coming through the gates and across the pits.
They know what to do. Well, good as they will anyway. It's a little late for any training. We'll stand, won't we? There's like a little bit of a yeah from the group.
Oh, come on. I think we can do better than that for old Clovey here.
And as soon as you say that, you see like at least half of the members of the Golden Band just kind of go. And Cohen just kind of looks at you, just like, what?
Wait, did you scream? Because it always cuts out when you get really loud.
Oh no, they all kind of like look like they're about to hold back kind of a laugh or a bark of laughter as he says that. They're just like. And yeah, Cloven just kind of glowers at you. He's like, if any of you cheer that, the hobgoblins will be the least of your worries.
Lorium just holds up a fist.
And he kind of settles his shoulders a little bit. So, what's your plan? Or what's the plan? How are we going? You going to issue this challenge?
Yeah, the question is, are we waiting for them to get here to do it, or if we're meeting them some way?
Oh. I mean, how do you intend to issue the challenge? That'll determine where we do it. I can't say I fancy the idea of the 5 of you setting out there to face down this horde on your own. No matter what that little bastard may have said. If somebody tried to challenge me when I had my full force at my back, I'd simply run them over.
Shit, I was thinking of just holding up the effigies and then just screaming some random shit.
he kind of gives you this look and just goes, you know, I'm genuinely not sure if you're very brave or, well,
You could say both.
anyway.
Can you teach us how to say Maglubiot's will is that you stand down?
Yes, I suppose.
Well, specifically, Lorium here.
I suppose I could, yes. And he rattles off a phrase in Goblinoid. And is it like then kind of pauses and repeats it slower for you, enunciating each word.
Gluvia's will is that you stand down. I would just look at Naira and just say, are you trying to make him surrender?
I assume that would enrage him, actually.
Yeah, that's more what I thought it would do after the discussion yesterday.
And it starts putting the doubt in the masses, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking more towards the words "fight me," but
Well, I mean, if you think that's a better idea, then you obviously have more experience at this kind of thing than I do.
Nyx will stop his sister during saying that. No, I do think saying what she asked for is the better choice. I mean, we are taking it with a grain of salt what that goblin said, but the whole point of getting the effigies was not only to challenge him, but the fact that we had 3 was supposed to be enough to show that their god's will wasn't on his side. I think this reinforces that.
yeah, I suppose that's true. All right.
So what's your plan then?
Well, you want to make the stage here?
Well, if we do it here, at least the rest of us can give you some backup if it goes sideways.
That's true. As he'll just scratch his chin. I mean, yeah, sure, I'm up for it. I'll just hold him nice and high in the air and repeat that phrase.
It's worth a shot.
I can make myself pretty loud.
Okay.
Nyx will turn to Cloven and say, well, actually, one last thing. Do y'all have 5 more of them yellow bands?
And he kind of gets this big grin on his face. And turns to a man that you recognize as one of his sergeants. And kind of nods his head at the 5 of you. Says, "Put him on strength." And the man fishes into. This is obviously a request that he's had several times already, as he has a supply available, and he fishes in a pouch at his side and pulls out 5 more. They're not full-size scarves or fancy in any way, but just kind of 5 bolts of yellow cloth, and holds them out to each of you.
Awesome. Nyx will walk over to Wander, and he's going to tie Wander's around his neck like a puppy that's just gotten a haircut.
It's so real looking at Hachi.
And then he's gonna tie his own around his left wrist and forearm.
Okay. Are the rest of you accepting them too?
I mean, yeah, Lauren will just take it and hold on to it for a bit and just stare at it.
Nix will look at him and just say, "Well, we are defenders of Aldwell. Might as well look the part."
He'll just silently start tying it to his left forearm. Or his left bicep, rather.
Okay. Naira, Uther, do you accept yours?
Yeah, might as well.
Yes, I do. I will tie it around my neck like an ascot.
Okay.
I like the song's name, by the way.
At least
So
it's
you
not the
could-
final one.
Ba-da-da-da.
No, no, copyright, no!
So, as you tie those on, Coven turns and starts to give orders. He turns to a few of the militia and says, one group, at least one squad at each entrance. Watch the palisades. I want you and you to man the barricades back there. And they start to disperse out. He seems to be deliberately positioning the militia towards the western and southern sides of the town square. You see one group of them kind of move in, and you see the familiar form of Wenrick kind of greeting them as they file into the general store with bows and crossbows in hand. While the rest of them disperse out, some of them lining the pit traps that await along the roads, while others simply move into the areas that couldn't quite be properly barricaded, evidently preparing to meet whatever may come there, whilst the Golden Band disperse to the northern and eastern edges around the back of the Fox and the Hound Tavern toward the hill. Whilst Bowden and his veterans move in, just seem to be kind of not precisely hanging out, but waiting, moving back and forth along the area, evidently looking for any sign that they may be needed. And Cloven turns and looks at Unix and says, I know you know that we've got company out there, but so far it's just been a few. One or two at most is all we've seen. I guess the main body of them is further off, but their scouts are starting to gather.
Yeah, they're probably trying to figure out our numbers and our positions.
They seem to be a little worried by the preparations we've made. I don't think they were expecting a siege. But, well, we've given them pause if nothing else.
We'll certainly give them hell after.
That we will. If you have anything left to do, I'd get to it. Probably only have a few hours before they get here.
Do we have any healing potions or access to healing potions? Did Samesh make some?
I have one.
Well, you got all of the healing potions that you ordered originally, so I think you got about
Yeah, I went through all of mine, twice.
Do you have any right now?
I have
So
one.
from what you got from Shamash, was 2 greater healing potions and 8 regular healing potions. I don't know how many of those you have left, but you definitely haven't used either of the greater healing potions.
Oh, I never put
Um,
greater ones on my list.
Oh, that's what I've got in my notes. So, congratulations.
You have been
Congratulations, you've won.
And then you
Great.
also got another 2 from Anarian before he
Yeah,
left.
I've gone through the 2 that I thought that I got that were mine, and then I've also gone through another 1 that Anarian gave, or from Anarians. I have 1 left. But apparently I have greater as well, so I will add that. Although I feel bad now that I have them. In fact, I will produce them and say, these are more potent than your average potion of healing. Who do we think should hold on to them? And Naira's clearly got an idea about that, but she's not going to volunteer it.
Lauren will just look at everybody else.
Well, I think you should keep one, Naira. At the very least, no matter what happens, you're the quickest of us. You could get to anybody. If need be.
That's true, but I also have the ability to heal with my touch. That's actually why I'm thinking that you should hang on to one and possibly Uther.
I've already got some. So don't worry about me and potions.
Wander, how are you doing on potions then? Sorry to interrupt.
I was just gonna say I like Nick's idea. You're able to get around pretty damn fast, so it might be worth it to keep them on you.
Okay, well, I'll keep one, but Nix, please take this.
Yeah, he doesn't protest. He takes it.
How do your hands look?
How do my hands look?
They have
Uh,
growth burn.
I mean, you're like any like HP damage that you took has been healed by your long rest, but they're definitely still like scuffed and bruised. They're clearly, were well used the night before.
Naira will probably obviously notice, but she doesn't say anything.
He will take the greater healing potion and put it into his pack.
He's big.
He's bad. Wander's still holding out 2 health potions, waiting for people to take them from him.
No, Wander, you hold on to those if anybody needs them during the battle. They'll be useful.
His shoulders sag a bit, and he puts them away.
Oh,
You might need them too.
Wander, it breaks my heart that I always make you so sad.
I'd say specifically Naira and Lorium can roll insight checks. As
Wow.
just because they would probably be the ones looking at him, as Lorium said. You'll probably need them. I'd say that's good enough for both of you. You both notice there is a realization on his face as Lorium says this. There's a realization of like, oh, yeah, I might.
Yeah, we can't have you going down.
Then he puts them away and says, right.
Good lad.
All right. Does anybody want to take up positions anywhere?
Do we have any idea where the main force is approaching from?
Well, the best shot to figure that out would probably be in the watchtower.
I can scamper up there pretty quick.
That's where I also wanted to head to. Shall we? Nala?
She will say, how should we signal if we see him?
I'll sit right under. Just tell me. I'll fucking yell.
Okay.
You guys also know from experience that there is a quite primitive but effective gong that hangs in the watchtower on the platform.
Oh, okay. Well, regardless, he'll chill on that hillside next to him.
Okay. You guys should be able to move yourselves up there.
Oi. You guys are free to come with me or wherever you'd like to go.
Start
Wanda will
heading
follow you.
Just don't step there. That's a fucking pit trap.
Impaled, he's just like, okay.
Just this very quiet ow.
Yeah, he would have burned into his mind where all those were.
Yeah, and I mean it's one of those things where like knowing where to look for them, you guys can very easily avoid them. They are concealed, but they're not like invisible.
Yeah.
These aren't your professional trap makers or anything. They're designed to trip up madly charging hobgoblin direwolves, not catch somebody who's knows that they're there unawares.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're in no danger of falling in. But Uther, how about yourself?
Uther would. Yeah, he would make his way up to the tower too, seeing everything else. Might as well stick with the group. Keep it close.
Look, you guys, we're learning.
You never split the party, except always.
You only split the party. That's what we learned today.
Split it 5 different ways.
Yes, we all go our own way.
So there was a couple members of the Golden Band up there, but when you actually come up, they seem to view you as a relief for their positions. They've evidently been up here for a while, and they thank you and indicate the hillside where they've seen a number of figures appear in the past hour or so as the sun has started to climb, and then head back into town themselves. And you see them joining some of their compatriots in the squads that have formed at certain locations. At this point, it's full day. The sun is starting to climb higher and higher. To the north, the familiar shape of the Dorvashi Mountains looms in above the horizon. The western face that you can see still cloaked in shadow, but the lowlands where you guys are currently residing fully illuminated. Nyx, in fact, all of you, given that you're all up on the hillside, go ahead and give me perception checks as the morning starts to wear on.
Do we get advantage for being in the tower?
3, 3, 4.
Okay, good, okay. Okay.
Nice.
So yeah, actually only Uther and Naira. As you guys are looking around, you both see fairly like as time wears on, more and more frequently, you catch glimpses of the stalking shape of at first the only the stalking shapes of distant direwolves with their hobgoblin riders, and then after another hour or so, the lumbering forms of bugbears and the small scurrying shapes of regular goblins, small groups moving in from the north and the east, congregating together on a hill somewhat distant. You actually see that in several cases, groups seem to be hurrying toward the town heedlessly, but then are intercepted and corralled, if you like, by a hobgoblin on Wolfback, and then move toward the group. They seem to be hemming them back, keeping them away from the prepared defenses that they evidently were not expecting as they approached. And over time, you see this small group growing on a hill about maybe 3/4 of a mile away from the edge of town, growing from at first only a handful to then 10, 15, 20. More and more of these small scouting parties gathering together until there's at least 30 or 40 figures milling around on the hill as the sun climbs higher and higher. Finally, at about noon, you see in the distance, and are able to point out to your companions, a cloud of dust rising from the northeast. Dust kicked up by many feet, wheels, hooves, and paws. At first, just a faint smudge against the horizon, growing more defined, broader, closer as time wears on. Until in the early afternoon, distantly, you hear boom, 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 boom.
Probably be a good time to ring the bell.
Right? I was like, I'm sure at some point when we saw them, we ding 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 ding.
And yeah, distant, still some miles away, but approaching steadily closer, you begin to make out the lumbering forms of ogres. The dark smudge and just shakes of movement in the countryside around them gradually resolving themselves into individual figures, some on direwolves, some simply marching in a great disparate mob that moves steadily, inexorably closer. When you ring the bell, Cloven himself hurries up the hill toward you, followed by one or two of his sergeants and Bowden himself, clad in his armor. With you actually see, rather than carrying a shield, he actually has a pair of swords strapped across the back of his hips, and all of them climb up hurriedly towards you, and then pause as they reach the apex and look in the direction that you all are staring, and see the same thing approaching. Pillars above, Cloven mutters as he looks. There's hundreds of the fuckers.
Yeah, this is way too organized for goblins. As he's just crossing his arms.
And as they get closer, you can see that there appears to be kind of a hard, disciplined core that are marching in what could almost be like a column formation, ogres at the center, lumbering forward, whilst around them in two units, formations of hobgoblins march. And beyond that disciplined formation, scattered bands and individuals, bugbears and regular goblins, mill around, darting forward and then back toward the main formation as all of them march toward the hill where you have seen their scouts begin to gather. Does anyone wish to do anything at this point?
Lorem's taking a look at everybody in the group. How does everybody look?
He would just, Uther would say, how close do you want him to get before we try laying out the summons? We want him to be close enough we could get back if we have to, but probably before it turns into the insanity of all-out battle.
Coven kind of is just staring out at them, and then looks back down at the town. It's your challenge to issue. The further you are from town, the more dangerous it could potentially be, but I don't know. I don't know.
Once they're in earshot, rather not get hit by a bunch of fucking arrows walking up to them.
Well, that would be a benefit. I've got to let my men know that they're coming.
Yeah, I should probably do that.
Naira, you were going to say something?
I was going to say, if Lorium's looking around at how people are looking, when Naira came down the watchtower, you notice probably what looks actually relatively familiar at this point, that she has her game face on. She doesn't seem as scared as she did earlier. She's now seen the enemy and she's gone full on like, all right, this is battle.
Seeing that, he'll just give you a nod and a little smile. He actually has relatively human-like teeth, except very sharp fangs and molars. Well, canines and molars.
An above table question. Is there any way you could like put dots or something on the pitfalls just so we don't accidentally move our characters into them?
Oh, I will assume that as you move your characters, you avoid them. Like, don't worry, I'm never going to say, there was a pitfall there.
You fool! You helped dig it, and you forgot it.
Exactly, yeah. You guys are familiar enough with where they are, and as I said, just knowing where they are is more than enough to be able to avoid them safely, even in the heat of combat.
Okay, cool. And then if we wanted to use them, we could just double check.
Yeah, like I know where they are. So, yeah. I mean, if in terms of where they are, so that you guys know, kind of just for defense sake, there is one on each of these major entrances to the town, and then there's a line of several more along this northern edge, between and in front of some of these palisades.
Okay, cool.
And you see Cloven hurrying back down to the toward the town, and you hear his booming voice ringing out, going, "They approach from the north and the east. Ready yourselves at your posts."
How loud can you make your voice, Lorium?
Exactly 3 times louder than the normal shout. Yeah. I would say pretty
very
damn
precise.
loud. It's pretty fucking loud, but It's not going to reach over a couple of miles. As he's just standing on the hill, just arms crossed, staring at him.
Are we all going to approach?
Do you have another idea, Wander?
His eyes get a little brighter and he just says, "No."
I think Uther's right. I think we need to make sure if we're going to issue this challenge, we do it before they are committed to an attack.
I don't know. This looks pretty fucking organized. Maybe they'll be like a normal army. Stop right before. It's a scare tactic.
The drums, the horns grow louder. The mob approaching.
How far out are they?
At this point, they're probably about 1.5 miles.
Okay.
Like you can start to pick out like the shapes of some of the larger individuals and things like that, but for the most part, it's just this fairly disorganized mass moving closer and closer.
How long do I think? I just had an idea, but it would take some fucking time, and I'm really mad about it.
What's the idea?
I want to make, basically, dummies, very quick dummies that we can make with, like, bed sheets or whatever. Put the effigies around those necks and make them look like they've been defeated, like they're hung.
I mean, a marching army 1.5 miles out, that'll take about... You got maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah, they seem to be
That's not
kind of
enough time.
hurrying. Yeah.
Oh, well. I wanted to hang them from the trees.
That's a little dark, but okay.
You have no idea.
Nix is going to stay in the tower for now, and he's looking at the horde. And as they get closer, it might be hard, just depending on how close, like how far away they are. But as soon as I want to try to locate Athgarad, or if I can see where he is. And once I see him, I'm gonna let them know, like, is he at the front? Is he in the middle or towards the back?
Okay. Go ahead and give me another perception check then, as they draw in closer, whilst your companions are discussing this down at the base of the tower.
Oh, it was almost a 19.
So close.
It's hard to tell. You know, one hobgoblin on the back of a wolf in armor looks much like any other hobgoblin on the back of a wolf in armor. Right now, they're still closing the distance. They're probably about 1 mile out as they start to, you see the formation kind of start to spread a little bit, and discorporeate slightly as they hurry forward. In all the confusion and the wolves loping backward and forth, it's hard to tell.
I'm waiting for him to get about 1/2 mile out.
They, sorry, go on, Wander.
I was just going to say that, so for them to travel that 1/2 mile or so to go from, 1 mile to 1.5 miles,
Mm-hmm.
we could kind of gauge that distance, question mark?
Yeah. Like you can see them at this point fairly clearly. They are like they're a ways out, but yeah, you can definitely see them.
And how long did it take for them to close that half mile?
Probably about like 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, about 7 or 8 minutes, we'll call it.
Okay. Then at about the mile mark, Wander will turn to well, actually, seemingly he'll move to William, and then he'll put a hand on his shoulder and say, "Can I help you?"
You can always help me, bud.
And with his hand on your shoulder, he will say, "You are a good sword. Let me be your shield." And he will cast Warding Bond.
That's what I thought that was.
And he will tell you, "While we're close, you will be safer." You'll notice the ring around your finger, the pattern on it seems to kind of come alive, move a little.
You'll see a genuine look of surprise as he's still got his arms crossed, but he's just looking over his shoulder at you. As he sort of feels the magic take hold. Huh. You're full of all kinds of surprises, bud.
And mechanically, what he tells you is that you get a +1 to AC and saves, and you have resistance to all damage while you are within 60 feet of me.
That's very fucking useful.
Yeah, and that's all he tells you.
Oh yeah, I know what Warding Bond does, and it does a little bit more than that.
Does Lorium know?
Hmm?
Is that a spell that he has access to yet?
No.
Then I mean,
Second level. He doesn't know. I know.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, so they move closer. You see the band spreading, a small group riding forward, breaking free from the main group, moving toward where the scouts have started to congregate, swelling their numbers slightly. Figures on wolves moving back and forth among them. And you hear the horn.
To that, Lorian will start taking out the effigies and just hold them up in the air. And he will stand there holding it the entire way.
Still about half a mile away, you watch as the mob seems to halt for a moment, spreading, the groups looking to each other, wolf riders darting backward and forth for a minute or two as they seem to be preparing something. You see the ogres lumbering forward to the front of the ranks, snorting, stomping, thudding their great clubs into the ground. As even from a half mile away you can hear the chittering chatter of guttural goblinoid tongue. War chants starting to rise. The thud of feet beating against the ground in war dances, audible even at this distance. And then, after a moment more, a figure on the hill raises a glaive into the air, the sun glinting off the large metal blade, points it to the town.
And that is when Lorian would scream. Yep. Seeing
okay, so,
the one fucking hero raise the sword, it's like that's obviously the leader.
they are still half a mile away.
Oh, he'll do it a few times.
Okay.
I think we should start marching down the hill.
That's fair. I'm just up at the highest vantage point where they can see it easy. Or shoot arrows. Whichever comes first.
Well, maybe not that.
So.
Oh, sorry. When I said he starts screaming, by the way, he's not yelling the phrase yet.
Oh, he's just screaming.
He is just fucking screaming back in a very loud, deep, guttural fucking, like, smoker voice.
Huh.
But he does have thaumaturgy on.
So, your booming voice rising in challenge. The figure on the hill. The horns boom once more.
Naira draws both her weapons, by the way, just so that's officially happened.
And under the noonday sun, the Hungry Horde charges toward Aldwell.
Once they're about quarter mile out is when I'll start yelling the phrase.
Okay. Give me a
Oh boy.
Intimidation check. No, I'm kidding.
yeah. It will intimidate or persuasion. At advantage because you are using thaumaturgy.
Okay.
Oh,
Nice.
wow. So there is a moment of astonishing confusion. A great number of the Horde, seeing your small, isolated group beyond the defenses that ring their target, and beyond, and apparently easy pickings, a great number of the Wolf Riders and the disparate mobs seem to have been congregating on the hill, intent on assaulting you. As your great booming voice echoes out in response to their war cry, many of them, as they draw near, seem to realize what it is that you are holding up in your hand. And you see in astonishment or you see looks of open astonishment as some of the Wolf Riders pull their mounts up short at the base of the hill. Goblins, like, looking hesitantly at each other and chattering in their tongue. And as this one part of the charge falters, it spreads out like a ripple along the line. All of these charging feral creatures, like, seeming to hesitate and slowing to a halt as they all kind of pause and look at each other and then up the hill toward you. You hear this roaring voice coming from among the ogres, and the ogres start to move forward again. But another one, a smaller figure, a goblin, steps forward and yells something in response. And most of the smaller ones hold back. The ogres hesitating again as they break free of the ranks, and this air of expectation and puzzlement settles over this this forestalled charge as they all seem to be waiting for what's going to happen next. From behind, the figure on the hill, seeing this happen, spurs his mount down, charging forward recklessly through the lines toward the base of the hill. A voice that you have heard before, rising in command, barking out phrases in Goblinoid, but hesitant replies with that 22. Hesitant replies coming back. People apparently unwilling to respond to the commands. Several of the other Wolf Riders moving from individual units where they had been yelling at the figures around them, congregating around him now.
He will, in response to the figure coming out, he is going to draw his sword holding the effigies in his shield arm. He is going to point at Athgrod, and he will repeat the phrase while saying Athgrod first, signaling purely him, and then bang his sword against his shield.
Athgrod kind of looks up at you, and you see this visceral, prideful hate flowing across his face, even on these somewhat alien goblinoid features, the pure, hateful rage that he feels for your words. Very obvious. And he raises his glaive, bellowing a phrase in goblinoid. And Cloven moving back up the hill towards you, says, "He demands that you prove it."
Lauren will give a full-on smile. And again, point the sword towards Athgarad and draw a line on the ground. And bang his shield once more.
Nice.
The members of the militia, the golden band that had been deployed, all of them now are moving toward this spectacle of the forestalled charge, listening to this interchange that's happening, gathering up more and more of them on this hill. Bowden and his men moving forward as well, forming a little knot, a smaller force of your own to watch as both sides move now more slowly toward each other until you are a scant 100 feet or so apart.
Once he gets to that point, Lorium's just going to go ahead and cast Shield of Faith on himself.
I love how Yannika's there.
Traitor!
Yannika does actually emerge as the members of the Golden Band that had hurried into the Fox and the Hound come back out. She is actually accompanying them, along with a few more members of the militia. Everybody astonished at the lack of expected violence and eager to see this little interlude play out. And as you come together at the base of the hill, is everybody in? I can still see somebody stuck on... oh, everybody's in.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
that's me.
No worries. I just wanted to make sure everybody could see. And you do indeed see Athgarod and several of the... there we
Just going to put that on there.
several of the more heavily armed hobgoblin, or two of the more heavily armed hobgoblins that had ridden toward him from other members, all three of them wearing their own effigies. And Athgarod rides forward, and you now hear his voice speaking Like the words strange coming from his goblinoid mouth, but understandable as he speaks as his voice booms out in common. Who are you to challenge the will of Magrubiat? I am his herald. I am chief of chiefs, and my horde will consume the world.
Lorium will let out an audible chuckle with thaumaturgy. Well, I'm Lorium, and you, sir, have been forsaken.
You are Aldwell's champions. I recognize you. You were saved once at the farm. Are you pathetic, feeble ones? Dare you face me and mine without the aid of those weaklings behind you? Fall to my blade. Prove Magrubiat's will. Prove your words.
I think only one of us will be falling today. As he'll hold out his hand, or hold out his blade, pointing it towards him. Just one of us ran from the farm, and it certainly wasn't us. Zakbara. He still has thaumaturgy on, so everybody's hearing this. It's not concentration.
No, that's fair. And Athgarald turns in his saddle, this dire wolf that he is sitting astride, larger than any that you have seen before, kind of pawing impatiently at the dirt as its jaws snap against the reins. You hear him, and he turns and looks back at the goblin horde. He goes, Gorfridgan! Ikin mod galu magubliet! Il-gil ul-garfatilith il-murkul gandilit il-Aldwell. And he turns back to you, and this little group that has stepped forward moves slightly forward again. And you see the familiar form of Madagareth, the goblin that fired off the bolts of arcane energy before, also step forward. And muttering a spell for a moment before casting it out on the group. What do you guys do as the three hobgoblins, two of them astride direwolves, start moving forward?
Unless anybody else says anything,
I mean,
Lorium's gonna step forward and just say, "You said I mean."
yeah, if we're casting spells, I suppose Wander will grab onto his holy symbol and he will cast Bless, muttering some words under his breath. I see you giving them Bless up there. I see you doing it, boy. No, actually, I take it back. I'm casting Bane on that. No, I'll give Lorium myself and Nyx Bless.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're giving us a second to do something?
Well, he turned and spent a few moments exhorting his troops. As he finishes, there is a somewhat anemic response. Most of the hobgoblins let out a roar in response, but Many of the regular goblins and bugbears that surround them do not. They seem to just be watching this interchange with interest.
Can Nyx just apply one of his doses of poison to an arrow?
He absolutely may.
Or technically, it lasts for a minute until I hit.
Yeah.
So my arrows.
How much can one dose cover for arrows?
It's only the way that it's phrased in the. Let me just post it in the thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
because it seems like an entire vial is consumed by one arrow.
Or piercing weapon, or up to 3 pieces of ammunition.
Oh yeah, there it is. 3. I knew it was in there somewhere.
So yeah, if you use one dose, you can very easily, you just pop the cork on one of the vials that you prepared, and there's more than enough in there to generously coat the heads of 3 arrows.
I'm just readying an action to fire if something comes within 30 feet.
Okay.
Yep. Lauren will just say, "Come, Masquerade, to your death." And he is ready in action as well.
To
swing.
Do anything?
Point my pistol stick at him. But I did inspire Lorium.
Okay. And with that, I will need everyone to roll for initiative.
Oh, there's one more thing he's going to do, by the way. No, sorry.
No, it's fine.
He doesn't do this.
Oh, okay.
Like, ever. No, actually, the creature has to get closer to me. So no, he doesn't do that yet.
Okay.
It's fine.
Hunter's mark.
Big rolls, guys.
Ha! I rolled a 3 and a 1.
So, Athgarod, see, as the spell settles over them, Athgarod, jabs his spurs into the sides of this great wolf that he is sitting astride, lowers his glaive as though it were a lance, roars out a challenge as it starts to leap forward. But Nyx, you, faster on the draw, are able to go first.
Nyx is going to steady. He's got his bow out, and he's going to watch Athgarod's form coming towards him, and he's going to steady his aim, and then fire a poisoned arrow at him.
At Athgarod or the wolf?
At Athgarod.
Roll your attack.
With bless, though.
Bless?
I know. Hold on.
It's a big old 4. Nope.
18 hits.
Whoosh!
Okay.
Charges forward, and your arrow.
Hold on a second. He needs to make a DC 14 con save.
Okay, he's pretty good at these.
I figured, but it's worth a shot.
Uh-oh.
He passes.
Well, what's the
You
damage,
still
boy?
do get your damage, and because you rolled with advantage, you know what that means.
Uh,
16.
Nice.
Dare to do nicety.
And that's my turn.
Okay, yeah, your arrow streaks out. Seems to find he's wearing what looked to be a fairly well-made and robust suit of plated armor. Not quite full plate because you can see sections of chain and leather between it. And your arrow streaks into one of those sections, finding a weakness in the links, and you see him kind of grimace as he charges forward. But keeps coming. The wolf leaping forward. With a snarl directly toward you, Lorium, the challenger. Great jaws snapping at you.
Does my ready to action go off?
Yes, it will. But it actually, yes, it would resolve before it attacked.
Were you allowing me to take the ready action as well? To swing at him?
Oh my god. How many of those have I rolled today?
That's your
the third.
at least,
Yeah.
And yes, Lorium, it will as well, since you
Okay.
you didn't do anything else.
Yep. Do. Whoops, not that. Normal.
Oof.
Was it
14.
D4?
Yeah, with the
Uh,
D1.
oh, yeah.
What the
That's
fuck? That was a
not what
D8.
that is. Yeah, that-
D4. Totally typed in 4. That was weird.
Nope.
15 unfortunately does not hit. Even though like this creature is barreling in, you could hardly miss actually hitting its form. As your sword like strikes against it, just the sheer mass of muscle and thick tufted fur seems to stymie your blade, and it can't quite find purchase. But with a 15, I don't believe it finds purchase on you either, does it?
Nope.
However, from its back, Athgarod lunges forward with his glaive.
I'm gonna ask if anyone wants to do anything about that. Because a 22 will hit me.
Naira's got some cutting words.
You want to use them?
Yes.
Okay.
So, hold on. It's 1d6, I think.
What is Lorium's AC currently?
22.
Holy balls.
Cries in 17.
So she is going to say, your ambition has outpaced your potential.
And those words seem to be, and like for a moment, his like the magical resonance of your words, his attention wavers just for a moment, and the point of the glaive falls slightly and thuds heavily into the boards of your shield, scraping aside, but failing to find any purchase. The hobgoblin. Oh wait, actually, I forgot. He is also blessed.
Oh.
So, for 4, if he gets a 3 or better,
Oh, no!
his point unfortunately still strikes home, and as it makes its way past your shield, dips down and moves toward your leg, as he will expend one of his superiority die
Oh.
to use trip attack against you. You need to make a DC 16 strength check, please, or strength saving throw.
You
Okay.
have plus
as
1 to-
his glaive bites in for
And I make it. Because 15 plus the one from
yep,
Wander's thing, yeah.
9/6 plus the superiority die. But you do still take 13 points of damage as his
7.
glaive slices in.
Oh yeah, I'm resistant.
Oh,
So 7.
and everyone, please give me a perception check as that happens.
I have to make a con save.
Yes, you do.
Would you get a plus
But
1
DC
to?
is 10.
Oh.
Plus a d4? And plus 1.
Oh,
Oh, so I make
Hey!
it.
Wow, on a 2, you made it.
let's go.
So you can literally only fail on a nat 1.
Potentially.
Well, depending on the damage. Come on now. Crit him and
No,
make him do it again.
if I roll a 4, I still make it.
Uther, that should have been a perception check, not a con save.
Oh.
No, he was actually throwing up. Uther's actually never seen combat. Ooh.
For the honor of Himbo.
So, Wander, what do Nyx and potentially Uther see?
They both see that as Lorium is struck, he seems to kind of shrug off this otherwise, fairly deadly blow. But Wander just kind of jitters a little. He kind of jolts to the side a bit. And then looks around to see if anyone was watching.
This hobgoblin behind, wielding a now familiar and deadly-looking lance, levels it in preparation as he spurs the wolf forward. But before the wolf can move, Naira, you're up. Uther, you're on deck.
Yeah, fuck it. Where's the closest way that I can move that I can get flanking? Does it have to be there?
Yeah, that would be the square.
Okay. Naira is going to move over here and then try and stab. Is it Girthrad on top of the
Githrad
thing?
is the wolf. Afgorad is the hobgoblin riding it. So
Yeah,
the
so
wolf
I'm
was
going for
also
Afgorad.
Okay. And what was your total there? It's not showing up for me.
I haven't
weirdly.
rolled yet.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. That was Wander's concentration.
That's gonna be fun last night.
Oh my god, thank
wow,
God you had
duality
that.
there.
Thank God.
That would have been your fourth nat 1. 25 hits.
I have fucking critspiration.
But you also have your sneak attack. Yeah, yay!
So for 11 points of damage.
Okay, yeah. He again snarls as he takes these 2 fairly hefty blows on the way in, but is definitely still determined in the fight.
But Naira is also going to move there.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just say you do not need to give Lorem flanking.
I didn't think I did.
Okay. Uther, you're up. Or unless Nair, do you have you've still got a bonus action technically.
No, I don't.
Okay, fair enough. Uther, you're up.
Turn to the big baddie on the back and just say, "You should probably run away," and hit him with a dissonant whispers. Give me some good damage.
Great at those.
Okay.
Oh! But he does make it. Despite the fact
Silvery
that his
barbs.
modifier is -1.
Wait, silvery barbs?
I think I can use silvery barbs to affect a saving throw.
I think you can.
Double check for me.
It's on like anything, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. But I just
Yeah,
wanted to
must
be certain.
re-roll the d20.
Yeah, must re-roll a d20, so she silver
Okay.
rebarbs that shit. Oh, for
Oh!
fuck's sake!
You know what? No. I'm still very barbed and get to. Fuck that. There's no
No,
way.
no. I'm gonna say like I wanted to go over this last time, but I am gonna say you can only use one of those kinds of
Okay.
reactions
Okay.
per thing. Otherwise, it's gonna get a little bit ridiculous.
Nah, this is fine. Let him waste his nat 20s on that.
Yeah, I mean it could have been on his next attacks, guys. So
Fair. But I still get to give somebody advantage. And I'm going to give that to Nyx.
And then take a few steps this way, and then I'm just gonna turn and go. I think you got this, Nyx. And then give Nyx a bardic inspiration, and then I'll end my turn.
I just realized I totally should have hit on that attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't use the inspiration.
You fool.
I forgot I had it. I always forget.
You always forget.
okay, that is Uther's turn. This hobgoblin, banging his sword against his shield, charges in, moving in to flank with Naira, but not able to get off an attack this round. However, the other direwolf will now lunge forward toward you, Nyx. Oh, well, actually, let's just double check that distance. Yep, it can reach. Fantastic.
No.
Lunges forward at you, Nyx, carrying its rider with it. And both are going to make an attack against you.
Okay.
But the wolf misses. The knight lowering his lance
Does history repeat
into
itself?
the attack. Oh, come on. Sorry, Foundry's just been playing silly buggers.
Oh no, we lost Uther! Oh, he's back.
He's back.
A moment of panic, and then a moment of, oh.
Just okay.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Has the wolf, since it's moved an attack, has the wolf's turn ended?
Which wolf? Like the wolf that just attacked you?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Technically, yes, but the hobgoblin had a readied action to attack you as soon as he was within range. So his attack technically went off before the wolf's, if you are looking at it for your reaction to move away.
Yes, that. Yeah. Go.
So the hobgoblin
definitely
with a
hits.
21. As its lance comes spearing in toward you, even as you dodge aside from the wolf's blade, from the wolf. Oh, dang it, it's not rolling that, so.
It's like, damn, I really want to bane these guys now, but...
As you take, luckily, only 9 points of damage as this lance spears in toward you. And now the wolf's turn will have ended.
I will still.
I can't
Yeah, I'm gonna
see.
use my reaction to move, but I'm I'm not gonna move out of its range.
Can anyone else see any health bars?
Oh no, yeah, you had to mouse over them.
I'm doing that, and I'm not picking up anything.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I got him.
Oh. Oh, okay. I figured it out.
Your roll
Hey.
20 done did break.
Okay, so Wander, you're up.
Me. I'm gonna walk 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'll cast inflict wounds on this lieutenant
Okay.
at first level.
And does he get do you have to roll an attack, or
It's
does he get a save?
It's an attack roll,
Okay, roll your attack.
and I get flanking question mark.
Yes, from where you are, absolutely. You get
You okay?
Yes.
Okay.
A 20 plus a D4.
20. Yeah, it spins, bringing its shield up, but your hand is able to just dart past as it turns from Naira and get into position on the. You're very familiar with these creatures' armors now and the vulnerable spots in them, and your hand is able to find one of those. Roll your damage.
If I can, I'd like to just grab his, force my fingers into his mouth and grab his jaw.
Yeah, we'll say you can do that.
Yeah, no extra damage or anything, just flavor. Big damage.
Oof.
Okay!
Nice.
Yeah, like there is your hand darts out and grips onto its jaw. There is this flaring burst of power, and the rest of you see as the lower half of this hobgoblin's face just practically explodes. There is this burst of dark energy and blood and jawbone and teeth bursting out from it as it reels back, still on its feet, and its weapons clutch in its hands, but its eyes just wide in shock and pain.
And
Am I
as it
covered
looks
in-
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah, it span away from this thing, and as it did so, just all across you.
Wasn't me this time.
Yeah, you know the theme by now. Nara has to be covered in blood, whether it's hers or her own, or someone else's. Just as he does this little spinning 180, in that time, he'll see that Wander's eyes go from light blue, slowly turning into a darker red.
Okay. You got anything else you're going to do on your turn?
No, that's it.
Lorium, you're up.
All right. Well, the very
Nick's
first
going to
thing
be on
he's
deck.
gonna do is his shield hand will come up to his eye patch, and you will see where Wander's little, basically, for lack of better terms, his effigy of Tempest will inflame, and he is going to use his channel divinity for Valve Enmity.
Nice.
10 feet of you and gain advantage for 1 minute or until. Okay.
Yep.
I assume against Athgorod.
Yep. No, against Nyx.
I knew it.
Yeah,
You
he's
need to
gone.
That is your bonus.
Move one square to the right, and Uther gives you
I
flank.
wonder what you're going to do with your action.
I wonder. I'm gonna hit this bitch.
23 hits. Roll your damage.
All right. Damage normal.
Ooh.
As he just slices up past his shield towards his ribcage.
Yeah, and your sword cuts in again, just skidding up one of the plates for a moment before biting in through the leather. That gave him maneuverability on the side, and then slicing as you split back, drawing a gout of blood with it, as he again just snarls in pain, whirling his glaive above his head. Apparently ready to bring it down, but before he can, or unless Lorium, you assume you're going to stay where you are?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so Nyx, before Athgorod is able to return the blow or attempt to, you're up.
Okie dokie. Nyx is going to pull his arm through his bow and pull out his sword, and then he's gonna bend down and use the pounce action to move 20 feet behind Athgorod.
Okay.
and that does not provoke attacks of opportunity.
Does not.
And then he will attack with his sword
Okay,
into
you do have
Athra
advantage.
attack.
You do have advantage from flanking there with Lorium.
I do. Yes. But I'm going to use the one my sister gave me.
Mm.
What the fuck?
Wow, you do that so often.
A D4?
You are inspired.
True,
Oh,
yeah.
that's true. Let me do
They've
the
got all
D4
kinds of
first.
things.
Yeah. You
Stacking
have
up.
tons of buffs. You have a minimum of +2. Well, you might get the minimum.
Woot.
There you go.
I'm going
Okay,
to hit this fucker.
that hits.
Oh. Oh.
Holy crap. I should have bumped this guy up a bit. Yeah,
No.
your sword cuts deep again, and like see this, like all of you see this look of just kind of shock and confusion on his face. He's very clearly not used to this kind of experience. When charging into battle, as you'll just swarm around him, raining blows on him. And as your sword bites deep, he barks something in Goblinoid to his to the wolf.
Do I get to use my movement?
Yes, and you can use your move.
I'm just going to swing around him and I think if I go here, that gives Naira flanking?
Yes.
Cool.
Woot.
However,
Doesn't matter. He's about to run.
the wolf, in a now familiar way that you are now familiar with, kind of jolts and dodges to the side, using the disengage action as it also pivots and turns, scampering around to bring itself to bear on you, Nyx.
Little old me?
Athgarod still on its back, as he raises his glaive, bellows a challenge, and again swings down at you.
Oof.
Yeah, that hits.
And again, as it descends, you see him shift and twist the blade, coming down toward your feet and sweeping at one of your legs as he's going to expend another superiority die to you to use trip attack against you. I need a strength saving throw, DC 16, please, as you take
No.
Gotta space it.
Yep.
Oh no. Oh no.
24 damage and are knocked prone.
It doesn't matter. I'm unconscious.
And as you go down, he raises his glaive up. Get Borgadad is Masquerade! And a cheer goes up from some of the watchers. As the hobgoblin lieutenant on the back of his horse, or on the back of the direwolf, wheels to face you, Lorium, and is going to raise its own, dropping its lance now that it's in melee, drawing its sword and taking a swing. But not even coming close to penetrating your iron defenses. Naira, you're up. Uther, you're on deck.
Okay. Well, having seen that, Naira's a little pissed. I'm gonna go ahead and take the opportunity attack.
Okay, that swings at you with.
Fuck. There. Ouch.
24. 7 points of damage as you as it just clips you with the blade as you move away.
You can right click on it and hit apply damage.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And I am going to use my Critspiration to stab Athgarad in the face.
Mm.
Okay.
First Critspiration to be used ever.
I know, right?
And since it counts
Oh,
as inspiration, which is advantage, you will also get to apply sneak attack.
Woot.
Oh,
It wants me to roll the attack. So I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead and roll
I'll just
that.
go
but,
ahead and
I
roll
mean,
it.
yeah.
Watch me roll a nat 20. Fuck you!
It was meant to be.
So
I will
mad
say,
right now.
go ahead and throw an extra D4 on the pile for that for that actual natural nat 20.
Well, thank you.
Hmm.
Oh,
That's not even the sneak attack.
No, I know,
He
right?
said
That's
it.
the basic attack.
And then you said also I could roll
An extra D4.
so for a total of 19 damage.
Holy shit. He is still on his feet, but oh goodness, yeah, you lunge forward and your rapier bites deep. He's there crowing, his glaive raised up as he cheers, as he like revels in the cheers of the horde that we're watching, and then suddenly just doubles over in pain as your rapier bites into his flank.
You've got about 5 minutes left to live.
Not even that.
Look, she's trying to sound intimidating, all right?
Do you want to do anything else on your turn?
Nope, that's it.
Okay,
all I
Uther,
can
you're
do.
up.
All I can do. Only 20 points of damage. No big deal. Only enough to one-shot several commoners.
I can't
Oh,
see Athgrad's health.
It's because he's under
It's deep red.
Oh, boy.
First thing,
Okay, cool.
On your feet, Nix.
as I call out to Nyx, getting him at least up. And then I would twist and go, let's try that again. And I would send it back his way at him.
Well, that's silvery.
Oh,
Bob.
sorry, not Silver Bob.
I give
That
him
was not
advantage.
what I meant to do.
Yes.
Dissonant whispers.
Okay, so that's not going to be another wisdom save. He is fantastic at those.
Yeah, he was last time.
See,
That should be another nat 20.
got 2 nat 20s. I mean,
Whew.
He's dead. He's dead as fuck.
oh, he's just 7.
He's just
points of
hanging on.
strike.
There's something he's just snarling and gnashing his teeth as he reels back from this horrific assault that he's enduring.
Immediate
still-
regret.
Swaying in the saddle, but yeah, there is you, Naira, and you, Lorian, being close enough, you can definitely, and in fact, pretty much all of you, from what you can see, there is a definite moment of almost fear in his eyes, as he kind of realizes the extent of the wounds and the assault that he's enduring. But Uther, do you want to move on your turn, or is that you?
Yep, just gonna head over that way.
Okay. The hobgoblin lieutenant, trapped between the two of you, turns back and forth for a moment of hesitation, and then is going to strike at Wander, you being the stranger and therefore a potentially more dangerous foe.
I've been profiled. Oh no.
But with that strangeness comes an utter ineptitude in how to damage you, and his sword just clangs uselessly off your metal skin.
Just for the sake of it, can I say that I just like took the edge of my shield and bashed him in the same part of the jaw? No damage, just to stop him from hitting me.
Slobbering and reeling back, his sword flailing ineffectually at you. As this direwolf will turn and attempt to snap at you, Lorium. Oh, 23.
Could you please stop rolling 18s, please?
No! You guys are beating up my boss!
Oh, you guys are killing my bad guys! Stop killing my bad guys!
I feel like Lorium really needs to crit smite at this point.
I was
so that is
waiting for it.
10 points damage to you, Lorium, and
But it's
please
5.
do also give me a strength
half
saving
damage.
throw. Oh, yep.
Yes. Yeah, I'm fine.
And yeah, you again contemptuously like smash the edge of your shield into its jaw where it was gripping your sword arm, and it yelps as it releases you.
Oh, it's
you're
yelping
still
for
in-
a lot more than that, because he's going to look at the little bastard and say, "Bad boy," as the ever
Yeah.
familiar
Yeah.
flame do 6 damage.
Aw.
He needs to make a fucking... Dude, I always roll really low on those. He needs to make a dex save, of course.
Oh, okay.
But the familiar flames ensue. Lorium's
Yeah.
cloak is inflamed, his eye patch is in fire. Yeah, he takes 3 damage.
Hell yeah.
So yeah,
3
the edge of your
angry
shield
damage.
just burst like there's a burst of flame where your shield connects with the side of it, and it flinches back, releasing you. And Wander, you're up.
That I am.
And actually, it will also move
you-
up slightly.
Did you give this lieutenant... Oh, wait, no, that's not him. Never mind. I was going to say, did you give him attack? But he's first.
No, don't give them extra attacks. Stop it. Wander will look towards Nyx and say, "Stop dying," and he'll cast a healing word.
Agree.
So,
Literally, neither of y'all can talk to me about not dying.
you're
I don't
sick.
think Wander's gone down yet.
Well, I mean, there's been attempts.
It was close.
Almost, yeah.
And
Okay,
you've
so that's
never
6 points
seen
to the button.
Naira go down.
I know, I was saying that above the table. I was talking to Myra who went down and the person who's actively taking damage.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So you've got your move and your action left as this hobgoblin, this now lower jawless hobgoblin, is just staring at you somewhat wide-eyed from behind his shield.
As I don't know if I said it, but Wander's eyes have gone. One of them is red and the other is blue, and the blue one kind of focuses on Nyx, while the red one focuses on the hobgoblin. And he will take his mace and try to hit him.
Roll with advantage.
Oh.
21 hits.
Hell yeah.
Sound like a turtle.
Don't put that in my mind. Not right now.
Come on, gentlemen.
Oh, for 5 damage.
5 big
Uh,
damage.
Some inner reserve of adrenaline is keeping this thing on its feet as your mace crunches into its ribs. It flinches back, the point of its sword wavering in the air, but it is still on its feet.
If only I had magic missile. Ugh.
Lorium, you're up. Unless, do you want to move anywhere?
No. Well,
Lorium, you're up.
No. So if I knew that damaging Lorium would also damage Wanderer, he wouldn't do this, but he's totally just going to say, he's mine, and he's going to sprint out of the range, so I'm taking 2 opportunity attacks.
Good.
Come on, 2 more 18s.
2 more nat 20s. Come on.
No.
Oh.
Misses.
Bitch.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But no, yeah, you bash them aside with your shield, clear your way, and are able to move over.
Yeah. At advantage. Big sword raised high. Coming straight down for his fucking collarbone. And I assume that hits, so I'm just gonna
No, 23 hits.
for 12 damage. And you know what? When he raises the sword, I don't give a shit about his health. When he raises the sword, it inflames too. So he's just going to roll that fucking damage as well.
Hell yeah.
Standard roll.
No.
Did it do it? It did.
I
So
didn't
I'm going to
roll
roll
damage.
2d8.
Yeah.
Oh!
For a total of 21. He had 10 hit points left.
Good.
How do you take him off the back of his mount?
As he swings around Nyx and Naira with a concerned look for Nyx, he is just completely ignoring the shield, raising one sword arm and swinging it directly down for his neck and his collarbone, trying to almost decapitate him.
Yeah,
With
so
holy fury.
your sword, streaking fire from the blade, descends. Your great stature, meaning that even on the back of this horse-sized wolf, your upraised hand is coming down onto him, and his glaive rises slow, too slow, and your blade bites in a burst of divine power, blazing from the point of impact as it carves down into him, thudding into the metal at the top of his breastplate and chipping into it as a gout of blood bursts out of his neck, his mouth opening to snarl, but only a croak emerging as blood kind of comes from his mouth too. And he sways in the saddle, staring at you in bewilderment for a moment before the eyes go dark. And he slumps from the back of this great wolf.
Oh, I was hoping he'd fall the other way.
You know what? Let's. If you pulled the sword forward, if that was something that you wanted to have happen, absolutely, you can kind of yank your sword forward and drag him face down
Oh yeah, no, he would
into the
with
dirt
his,
at your
with
feet.
his shield arm, he would grab his the back of his head and just raise his corpse in the air and just scream. Thaumaturgy's still up since the last cast, facing towards the horde.
Yeah, you grab the back of his head, raise up the lifeless corpse. Your great strength, even though this is a heavy, armored body, able to haul him up with the adrenaline of the kill. And as your roar bellows out, there is this moment of shock rippling back through the horde. And let me quickly make a check.
And then real quickly, he'll just throw the body to the ground and then swing around over top of Nyx.
Okay. Nyx, you have after seeing this glaive descend, 2 bursts of divine energy bring you back to your senses, flat on your back below this massive slavering wolf. With your companion Lorian standing over you, what do you do?
Well, that complicates things.
Yeah, it does. He's aware.
First, I'm going to take. My bonus action to disengage, and then I'm gonna shimmy out from under Lorium and stand up.
Okay, so that takes 20 feet of your movement.
And then I'm gonna go over here. And I'm gonna attack this wolf with my sword.
Roll your attack with advantage from flanking. And a 1d4 from Bless if it comes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
17 does hit.
Hell
You
yeah.
need the 1d4.
Hmm.
$14, okay. Your sword bites deep. It roars and yelps in pain, but is still definitely snapping and snarling aggressively. And you, I think that's your whole turn. Okay, so that's you. The wolf, having just seen you, Lorium, kill its rider, ignores the pain in its hindquarters and is going to lunge at you, flanking with those behind it. So attacking with advantage. Or behind you, I should say.
Doesn't matter.
But it making no difference as just wreathed in divine power and flame, you contemptuously bat aside its attack. But it does not move. The Hobgoblin Lieutenant.
I'm gonna
behind
use
you-
my reaction to move 15 feet.
Okay. The Hobgoblin Lieutenant on the wolf behind you, reacting to the death of its commander, nonetheless snarls, swinging its sword again, apparently determined to take revenge.
Yep. I figured if I didn't do it, somebody else would get flanked.
God damn it, Leroy. But again, just perturbed apparently by the vision of fury and force that you guys have wrought upon the commander of this horde. They are unable to land a blow. Naira, you're up. Uther, you're on deck.
If I move here, am I gonna take an attack of opportunity from?
Yes, because you would need to move through this square in order to get to this one. Since Gethrad is technically occupying all four of these, you couldn't cut that corner.
You can move the
So
other
you
way.
would. Oh yeah,
I
you
thought
could
just move the
move
other way.
around to here, the other way, I suppose.
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. You could get as far as here if you wanted to in one move.
Well, I can move much farther than
Oh yeah,
that.
yeah.
But I've got flanking with Lorium here, right?
Yes, you do.
That is a beefy fucking boy.
My mouse has stopped working. Sorry. Trackpad.
You've been sabotaged.
Aha! Success.
Uh-oh.
Oof. Yeah, that hits.
Big Sisty angry.
Plus your sneak attack.
I'm actually the younger sister.
Little sissy angry.
13 points of damage.
Oof, yep. Okay, your rapier again, biting deep. I don't know if you can see the health on this, but it is getting decidedly yellow as blood starts to pour from the multiple wounds that your group has inflicted. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
No.
Uther, you're up.
I'm gonna try and stab this one in the back.
Tall.
No, with a 3 and a 4. And then I'll be like, damn.
Yeah.
It's kind of like drunken master style, reeling back from Wander's assault, and its shield just waving wildly in the air. It's very difficult to get a bead on it.
Well, I guess, Wander, you'll finish this off for me. And
And that's inspiration on Wander, I'm assuming.
yes,
Okay.
and in my turn.
You all see now, they've had a moment to kind of process what they've just seen before them. You see the small figure of the goblin shaman, Madagerath, snarling, turning in place, barking something in the strange goblinoid tongue, ranting at the figures around him. Some of them move forward hesitantly. This hobgoblin moves, and you see it kind of grab at the bugbear next to it, trying to shove it forward, but the bugbear wrenches its shoulder free, barks something back. There's a moment of confrontation. The hobgoblin actually raises its sword, and the bugbear, in response, thunders forward with its with the club in its hand, dealing a massive blow to the hobgoblin. As you see these same scene repeated all along the front line of the horde that was surrounding this. These small arguments, skirmishes, uncertainty breaking out. But the ogres lumbering forward in response to Madagarath's exhortations. A few of the hobgoblins also joining them, drawing their weapons as they move forward. The hobgoblin lieutenant, still embroiled in this melee with both of you, with its last breath, is going to take another swing toward you, Wander. Does a 14 hit?
It doesn't.
Does a 22 hit?
It does.
It finally was actually close enough for it to be worth rolling the bless.
Oh.
Okay, no, yeah, that doesn't apply. So yeah, you take only 4 points of damage as its sword is able to find some purchase, but mostly just clangs again off your mineral body.
Mm.
And yep, you're good for your concentration. This this direwolf flanking you, Lorium, is going to snarl and snap.
Mm.
Oh, it misses.
20. I
Thanks,
hate
Wander.
you so much.
17 or higher.
And yeah, but is again, despite all of its advantages, unable to find purchase. Wander, you're up.
Me. I'm gonna try to hit him with a mace. I'm gonna try to hit him with my shield. Same place, just try to punch him in the jaw.
Okay.
Advantage.
Why have I rolled?
No, oh, sorry, that was
Oh.
supposed to be just a random roll, or not a random roll, but a game master roll.
That's supposed to be a roll that didn't happen. You didn't see it. 17 plus a d4. If 17 doesn't hit.
Roll your d4.
Ooh. 20.
20 does hit.
Hell yeah.
And given that it has a single point of health left,
And he did one.
Perfect.
It was meant to be.
as it's reeling back and forth in front of you, how do you drive it to the ground?
I go to swing with the mace and I miss, but as I'm coming up, the top of my shield kind of clocks into its jaw. I'm really focused on the jaw here.
Yeah, where its jaw had been. Like, you feel your shield pass through what used to be a jawbone hit something like squishy and vital that goes crunch, and it kind of chokes, lets out one final gurgle, and falls backward. As at last, the last of its reserves are drained.
And,
And-
well, I was just gonna say, then he'll say, no, really, please stop. And he'll cast Healing Word on Nyx again.
By the way, when the warlock sort of made himself known and got all angry, Naira would have indicated to Nyx that that's a value target.
Oh, Nyx was already looking at him.
Okay, good.
I'm
Nyx
gonna
also
go
gets
on.
8 healing.
Yeah. I'll go over here.
Okay, Lorium, you're up.
Yeah, I think he's gonna take a swing at big bad wolfy boy in front of him. Choosing options.
14. No, again,
D4?
your sword like,
and
strikes in.
also,
Oh,
and also plus a d6 because I have that, and I could finally fucking use it. Okay.
I hate you so much.
It's
Roll your
17.
fucking damage.
I love you too.
Every buff counts. Yes.
Hey!
Oh my god.
He's just driving a sword through the neck.
Yeah, and yep, again, like there's a moment of resistance as you first strike, and you feel like you're not quite gonna get in, and then this power flowing through you drives the blade home. It is still on its feet, but looking rough as
He
it's
just, like-
now wounded in multiple places.
He Gundam jettisons it with the flames on the sword. But yeah, he's
And,
staying where he is.
Okay, top of the round, Nyx.
Nyx is going to pull out his short bow, let his whiskers kind of feel the direction of the wind, and he's going to steady his aim on that little shaman fuck and fire.
It is gonna be a straight roll rather than with advantage because you are technically in melee with the wolf. So that would normally give you disadvantage, but steady aim turns it into a straight roll.
Or you could hold and see if I can kill the wolf.
And yeah, you're within long range, so you're good.
Or do you want to take the opportunity?
Well,
Well, he can't steady aim if he moves at all.
Oh, okay.
question. Since I have steady aimed, if I hold my action, will it still have advantage?
So yeah, you can hold your action to use your steady aim because you've kind of already sacrificed your move action for that. I will say you can hold your action to get a steady aim shot, with the trigger being if the wolf goes down. But if the wolf doesn't go down this round, then you'll basically lose your action until your next initiative.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so you're holding your action as you sight in on the warlock.
I
The
trust
wolf.
my sister.
I'm not. I'm hoping that Lorium can take him down, actually. But
The wolf, again, determined to at least try and take some kind of revenge for its former rider, is completely unable to find any purchase on your armor. It's these great, like, dinner plate-sized paws, their claws and their teeth snapping and snarling at you, but just completely unable to penetrate your defenses.
Man, this new armor's really working out.
Yeah. As the hobgoblin behind you will try and do the same. Oh, for a 22.
Oh, it's not working out as nice as I thought. Sorry.
Deals 5 points of damage, but enraged by the death of of his commander, and increasingly desperate as the tide of battle turns, he's also going to use his martial advantage ability to deal an extra 8 points of damage for 13 total.
So another
Or
7.
6 to you, and well, actually, I'm odds or evens.
Even.
You get 7, Wander gets 6.
Okay.
That is and the hobgoblin, like as his sword bites in, draws it out and holds up its own effigy, calling to the horde, Naira, you're up.
Okay. Oh! Is that... Oh, it looked like a nat 20. I was so sad.
Okay, fine.
Oh yeah, did you roll a constitution check as well, Wander? Not that at this point I think it's going to make much difference.
For 12 points of damage.
Okay. Oh, what? I don't know why it did that. Wander, can you just roll me a constitution check for the damage you took from Warding Bond?
I think he went BRB.
Oh, okay. My
Yeah,
bad.
he did. I'll remind him when he comes back.
Okay. So, Uther, you're up then. Anas, Naira, is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
There's nothing else I can do.
Okay.
I'm gonna shoot this wolf over here with the magical pew pew as I draw my stick pistol, and
Nice.
19 hits.
Hey!
Roll your damage.
hey, finally, as
Nice.
hey, there we go.
It had 10 hit points left.
Woot.
So what does everyone see?
As I just wait for a moment, as the wolf rolls back from Lorium, as I'm like, now, as it just rockets out with a crack, hitting the wolf in its right temple as it just drops.
Yeah, the blast of arcane energy comes in, smashes into the right side of its skull. Its head snaps around, and the left temple just explodes as the arcane energy passes all the way through, showering you, Naira, with viscera as the wolf slumps to the ground sideways.
Naira is now covered in wolf brain and 2 different types of goblin blood. Is that what I'm
Has to
understanding?
happen.
Okay.
That is exactly what's going on right now.
It's
Okay,
tradition.
Okay.
Tyler, roll a
This-
con save.
I have a
A con save.
Or concentration
And Nix's
check.
held
yeah.
action goes
concentration
off.
Yep, besides you,
Oh,
while you're
yeah.
covered in viscera, boom.
With a
14.
D4?
With the D4?
4?
With a D4?
Mm-hmm, with the D4.
Just a bunch of parrots on your shoulder.
Yes.
18 hits. Roll your damage.
And was that with a poison bow or a poison arrow?
No.
Oh,
Because it goes away once I hit.
Yeah, but you've got 3.
Can it be with a poison arrow?
I mean, you didn't declare beforehand, and you did say no, so I'm going to say on this shot, no, but do remember for next time. You do still have, technically, I think, 2 poison arrows. Ooh, for 17 damage.
Nice.
Okay. One second. Let me check that. Hovered by anyone? Update. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so the wolf goes down. Nix, you release your arrow. It hisses out to this, like, capering, ranting figure that is gesticulating wildly at the great ogres lumbering on either side of it. And the arrow thuds home and it screeches, the exhortations dying on its lips. And at that point, like, you see more and more of this confusion roiling through the horde around you. Whilst and as these as one of the ogres and some of these hobgoblins start to continue to lumber forward, from behind you, you hear the sound of Cloven's sword escaping escaping its sheath. A great many of the other members of the Aldwell defense drawing their own swords. Bowden, both of his in hand, as Cloven raises his blade skyward, and in this great booming voice that you have come to recognize, you hear him roar, "For Aldwell!" And the men surge forward with him. Madame Yannicka among them, rather than moving forward themselves, you see her moving her hands in a strangely familiar arcane manner, energy gathering around them. And she thrusts one forward, a bolt of fire streaking out from her hand, knocking one of the hobgoblins back as it throws its shield up to cover it. More hesitation, more confusion spreading through the ranks as you see some starting to back away from the sudden charge, some fighting each other. Some still seeming to want to advance towards you, and the goblin shaman suddenly, like, recoiling as it realizes it's losing control of this, of what's going on around it. And clutching at the arrow, burning in its shoulder now, and looking up at the closest ogre, jabbering something that you can't quite make out as the ogre turns toward it. But in the meantime, this one of the remaining direwolves, apparently heedless of the oncoming charge, is still going to try, without advantage this time, one more time, its luck at Lorium.
No.
And one more time be stymied by the defenses that surround you. Wander, you're up.
Me. I I need to look at what spells do. Okay. I am just gonna try to bonk him with my mace.
Okay. The hobgoblin or the direwolf?
The wolf.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I have advantage. Hold on. Wait.
Whoa.
Chill.
Advantage and a D4, which you don't need.
Yeah, 18 hits. You don't even need that D4.
Oh.
I mean, you can go ahead and roll it if you want.
I don't think I will now. You've made it feel insignificant.
For 8 points of damage, you hear something go crack in its back haunch, but it is still on its feet, still mobile, still snapping and snarling. You still have a move and a bonus, technically, or is that all you want to do?
That's it.
Okay, Lorium, you're up.
All right. Looking at the militia and his forces while I take this attack on the knight, are any of them wielding bows?
Yes, several. They've got quite an assortment. Many of them are wielding just like spears and swords, but there are an assortment that are also holding crossbows, bows, and the like.
Okay. And does an 18 hit the lieutenant?
An 18 actually does not, as he brings his shield up at just the last moment.
Master. But then he'll look to the everybody using bows, and with his shield arm, he'll just point over at the, I guess you called him a shaman. And he'll say, "Archers, that one."
Okay.
I think Nyx is the only one holding a bow.
Nah, he said a couple of them were.
Oh.
Yeah, a few of the Aldwell
Oh,
militia
those,
guys.
okay.
Okay. Top of the round, Nyx.
I don't know. I'm kind of partial to the imagery that he says archers that one, and the
It's
only
just
archer
Nyx.
he's talking to is Nyx. Yeah.
I've got it. Don't worry.
Although you will see that the shaman has kind of moved into and one of these great ogre forms has lumbered over and is kind of leaning over the shaman, so it's providing him with a measure of cover at the moment.
Gotcha.
I think I'm still gonna do it. Again, I'm gonna steady my aim, and this time I will bring out a poisoned arrow, and I will fire again at the shaman.
Roll your attack.
Why did I close the sheet?
Beacon.
Nice.
20 hits.
Yes.
Even despite, like, yeah, your arrow is just able to streak through, like just under the arm of the ogre and find purchase in him. And he needs to make a Constitution saving throw,
Yes.
Aww.
which he makes.
Oh, it's not fun if you make them.
Not bad.
Nice.
Another 18. Wow. Okay. He is certain, like these two arrows sticking out of him now. He is certainly looking the worse for wear, and he kind of sags and grabs at the ogre that had lumbered over for a moment. Looking up at it and snarling something in Goblinoid. You've got a move and a bonus. Oh, actually, no. You've used your steady aim. So, is there anything more you want to do on your turn?
I just yell out. Oh, I forgot the phrase, but the fuck you. I yell that out.
Zakara?
Yes, Zakara.
Zagbara.
Zagbara.
The remaining hobgoblin lieutenant, apparently determined to fight to the death, takes another swing at you, Lorium.
He's got it, I believe. I take it back.
Again, just uselessly, like just hammering away at your defenses, but unable to find any purchase. Naira, you're up. Uther, you're on deck.
Doot. I am aiming, or I'm stabbing at the wolf in particular.
Okay.
Nice.
21 shockingly hits.
For 15 points
13.
damage.
Okay. Still up, but definitely like badly wounded at this point. Deep orange to red. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
Nope.
Uther, you're on. Uther?
I as well. I'm going to take that shot at the shaman. Using
Okay.
my pistol stick.
An 18. An 18 actually hits the ogre that is kind of leaning over him. It's providing him a great deal of cover. So the energy does strike the ogre and deal damage to it. but not your intended target, unfortunately.
Still take
Gotcha.
damage roll.
And then I'm gonna move a little bit.
Okay.
And then I'm going to end my turn.
Okay. The direwolf, apparently frustrated with the useless attacks against Lorium, seeing an easier but no less painful target in Naira, is going to be attacking you. It's almost an
Oh,
18.
bless your heart.
What is almost an 18?
But it was not, and you dance aside as you flick your rapier away.
Can I just say
Wander,
that
you're up.
I whack it on its nose?
Absolutely. Bad dog.
We have to enjoy this time we have now because for every miss you have this fight, you'll hit next fight.
With a crit.
Yeah. You see, the next fight where we fight a stray direwolf is when we all die.
Well, Wander, it is your turn.
All right. I'm still just gonna take my mace and swipe at the leg of the direwolf.
Okay, roll your attack. With advantage, flanking.
Hell yeah.
Oh!
Hey.
Oh,
Nice.
The mace
roll your
strikes
crit,
again.
sir.
He always crits on a wolf.
Heh. Oh, well,
Well,
we take that.
And this is, I think, the third time this has happened this fight.
God.
It had 10 points of damage left.
Oh. Hell yeah.
Wander is just ending things this fight.
yeah, he is.
Watch out, Naira. Wander's coming for you.
Coming for that kill count.
There we
Yep.
go.
Does
as
the lieutenant on top
sole
follow?
remaining, the sole remaining lieutenant must now make a dexterity saving throw to avoid face planting off the back as the wolf sags beneath him.
Oh.
He is able to find his feet coming to a stop in front of you, Lorium, and Naira. I'm just going to put him there because that way I don't have to worry about faffing with the tiles.
And then Wander will walk on to he'll walk up here.
Okay. Lorium, you're up.
Does that still give me advantage, or?
Yeah, that still gives you flanking. The way I rule it is basically if you can draw from the corner of the person to the corner of you,
Yeah.
and it goes through the center of the target, it provides you with flanking.
Okay. Yep. He's just gonna be like, good, you're at my level now. And it doesn't matter.
D4? D4? Maybe an 18?
He said 18 didn't hit last time.
Well,
Nope, yeah,
you know
an
what?
18,
Maybe it
unfortunately.
does now.
No, an 18 will still miss. These are
What if-
very thick and heavily armored forms.
Here, I'll do it
Damn.
just for you.
Aw, you wouldn't waste it before. You fool.
So that's okay. Lauren, do you want to do anything else in your turn?
Nope, he's sticking.
Okay. Confusion continues to spread through the ranks of those around you. Cloven, charging up, is going to take a swing of his own at this Hobgoblin Lieutenant. Now that the apparently the rules of this one-on-one challenge or group challenge have been broken.
Mm.
Striking deep and taking a good chunk out of its ribs as he bellows out his challenge, the battle cry of for Aldwell, resounding around you as more and more members of the defense force stream by.
For the Grey Wardens!
again, like a sparse few of these hobgoblins are running forward to meet them, but as they realize that they've broken ranks and that there's confusion behind them, they sort of skid to a halt, looking at this onrushing force. The ogre that your blast hit, Uther, scoops up the warden, and rather than joining this sporadic charge, begins to thunder backward, retreating away from the chaos that is erupting behind it. As most of the large ogre forms also begin to back away. The small groups of hobgoblins, bugbears, and regular goblins turning on each other, knots of confusion, condensing and then spreading. Well, okay, if we're going to be measuring shit, let me then see how far. So it started from there.
Okay.
He said, "All right, well, okay."
Technically, it is like he is 40 feet further on beyond that. The ogre double moved away, so the ogre moved 80 feet away, scooping up with Mouthgorod kind of scooped up against its chest. Its broad back presented to you, so you currently don't have a direct shot at Mouthgorod. And the ogre is retreating 80 feet per round, whilst the other larger figures lumber along beside it. And you see that a good contingent of smaller goblins and a handful of hobgoblins seem to have maintained some kind of cohesive order around it as they withdraw. But all around you, the rest of this, no longer a horde, but individual mobs, all seem to be turning on each other or running, or some of them simply just retreating, heading for the hills as the Aldwell defenders charge forward. Others charging toward each other, these little skirmishing fights. Even as some of these creatures that are running alongside each other away from this assault, like just elbowing and striking at each other before they part ways and continue to flee. But we come back round to the sole remaining hobgoblin lieutenant in your midst. Looking around, just kind of grips its effigy, raises it to the sky. You recognize the word Maglubiat in its bellowed challenge as it will once more swing its sword.
Do I get my turn?
Oh, sorry, yes, I thought you had gotten your turn already, but no, yeah, sorry. Nix, go for it.
Because
For some reason, I thought
short
you'd gone.
bows have 320 range. I know it's a disadvantage, but if I steady aim, that's regular.
Well, you would you no longer have line of sight to Mathgorod. He is being given total cover by the ogre that is carrying him. So you could shoot at the ogre. You no longer have direct line of sight at Mathgorod. He's like, the ogre is very obviously kind of trying to protect him from exactly what you're trying to do.
Fine, I will pull out my sword and walk back and stab this fucker.
So dejected.
No, because his health was like so. Like I think if I had hit him, no, it was like
It was on about a third. He was on about a third left.
And if I did another like 18 damage, I could have.
And a poison, yeah.
Yeah, I'll attack this guy.
You are flanking with your sister there, so go ahead and roll with advantage. I mean, at this point, he's so surrounded. Pretty much any attack against him is an advantage at this point. He's just being like circle beat. Like that JoJo meme.
Doesn't matter.
But still has a stout shield and thick armor as he withstands your blow.
Why does this keep happening?
Nyx was like, "Oh fuck, I can't do that. I guess I'll hit this guy."
Limp wrist slap.
And then I'll No, actually, never mind. That's my turn.
Okay, you do have your bonus action technically. Nope. Okay, that's your turn. And the hobgoblin will swing at this point, like just blowing a suicidal challenge. Let me see. There's 5 people around him.
Me.
At you, Naira. Oh my gosh!
That
And
hits.
in his desperation, striking true for 6 points of damage.
Oh no.
Before you may now retort.
He's dead.
This is really just a case of who gets the killing blow.
Yeah.
Does 19 hit?
Naira, and Naira, 19 does hit.
And 1d6 for 11 points of damage.
As is tradition, for the final enemy of the big fight. How do you want to do this?
She rushes forward, puts one of her hands on his shoulder as she drives her rapier straight up under its chin and up into its head.
And yeah, it has drawn back its blade for another swing. It is helpless as you step forward. Pin its lower jaw to the rest of its skull with your rapier. See its eyes go dead, its body go limp on the end of your blade. And it sags to the ground as the defenders of Aldwell rush forward, surrounding the few that had dared to stand and fight and advance toward them.
By the way, she also, as she does that, says or yells out, Zakbara!
Everywhere around you, the cries of Aldwell! Aldwell! ring through the air as the horde dissolves before this charge. This force that a few moments before seemed overwhelming, outnumbering the some 70 defenders, at least 3 or 4 to 1, now dissolving into chaos before them. And the rest of you are able to take part in the route that follows to whatever degree you choose, as Cloven leads the charge past the dead body, onward, his sword raised high, and the few remaining members of the horde that stand and fight quickly becoming overwhelmed and cut down by these triumphant, rampant defenders, having just seen you destroy the best that the horde had to offer.
Just for the scattering, Lorian would have a very nostalgic look on his face as he would totally join in on killing the rest.
Before joining, Nyx is going to walk over to Wander and hand him the greater healing potion, and then say, "Please take this," and then head off.
He actually won't take it.
And it crashes and spills all of the. I'm kidding.
No, don't do that. Oh, well, then nobody gets a thing. No, I always lose to those. No.
Can I roll another perception to see if I see how injured Wander looks now?
Yes, you may. Oh, and also, your earlier Arcana check, it appeared to be a firebolt that she was casting.
I wasn't asking about what she was casting.
Oh, okay. What were you trying to determine? Was it what kind of magic it was?
What kind of mage she is?
Okay. Based on where you studied and the kind of magic that you have studied and everything like that, you actually do recognize some of the kind of forms that she was using as she gesticulated and the words that she used as part of the magical tradition of the colleges of Vanya.
Okie doke. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like a Bardlock situation.
I will also do a perception roll.
I would say that
I was
both of you,
next to him.
even with just your passive perceptions and how often it happened, You
Yeah, like at this point, Wander has seems you're all quite familiar with the way that Wander's body kind of changes as he takes damage in combat and things like that. And given the level of damage that he's taken, you pretty much all are aware of it.
I would say surprisingly, despite how many times you saw the jolting and such, a lot of the damage isn't visible. Aside from things that he took from very clear, hits, the scratches and dings from that, there's very few physical blemishes on him right now. But the ring on his finger is twisting.
Naira is going to cry, basically wander, and she's going to rush over and cast Cure Wounds on you. Unless you try to stop her.
I mean, he'll reach a hand out to stop, but he's not gonna counterspell or anything.
Well, if you indicate that you don't want her to, she won't do it. So if you move a hand to stop her, she will respect that. I mean, I don't know if you would know what her hurt feelings look like, but
nope. This is very soon.
My intelligence check was to see if Lorium would piece together that it was him taking damage that caused damage to Wander, or if Wander just got hit while he wasn't looking. And, yeah.
Yeah, you're pretty hopped up on adrenaline right now. You're not exactly sure what's going on.
Yeah.
Wander's gonna make an effort to follow Lorium.
And so, yeah, everybody that is taking part in the route, Lorium, since you were particularly enthusiastic and simply charged straight off, you go ahead and roll me a 1d10. The rest of you roll me a 1d6 to just kind of determine how many you take down as you participate.
Nyx is gonna stay back by Yannicka and fire arrows and kind of
wrong.
keep her safe.
Okay. Yeah, so you all, to various degrees of effectiveness, join in the rout of the fraction of the Horde that seems to still be determined to fight on, joining with the defenders of Aldwell, and in just a very few minutes, what was expected to have been a tough and overwhelming siege has turned into a complete rout. The cheers of the people of Aldwell ringing out into the noonday afternoon air, as one by one these small knots of resistance fall, and with barely a casualty among them, you and the townspeople of Aldwell are left as masters of the field.
Yay! Lorium's just with the soldiers all banging his fucking fist against his shields.
Yeah. Oh, you are you in particular, Lorium, are just surrounded at all points by a phalanx of cheering berserk with joy and excitement and the sheer passion of being unexpectedly alive at the end of a day. This raucous group surrounding all of you, unless you actively try and stop them, every single one of you will be lifted, in some cases with difficulty, onto shoulders, and kind of carried back toward town. As some members, you see Bowden in particular, and some of the more experienced members moving around the battlefield, going about the dirty business of slitting throats and ensuring that all those of the enemy are truly dead, whilst the rest form this impromptu, joyous parade back to the town.
Naira is picking brain matter off of her and looking like she might cry.
Loot the bodies, loot the bodies.
Nyx, like, is letting them, but is not enjoying this.
Oh, Naira absolutely would not let herself be picked up.
Norima's laughing at everybody trying since he weighs 300 pounds with his armor.
there's like 4 or 5 of them that really put the effort in, and because since you're one of the only people that is actually allowing this to happen, they put the extra effort in, and you are eventually hauled up on the shoulders of several of them, and carried in as you arrive back in town. There's people spilling out of the Fox and the Hound. Again, just this unbelievable, joyous cheering ringing out as you and the defenders return from this rout. Zavara is there in all his raucous glory and immediately launches into this very actually heartfelt speech as you all return. It's kind of hard to hear him over the general just cheers that are happening all around you, but he greets you all and says, "Heroes of Aldwell you are called, and heroes of Aldwell you are. You have saved the lives of so many. Anything you need, no matter what, no matter when, the Fox and the Hound is your friend, and I am at your disposal. Come, the finest of all that we have to offer is yours."
Like, all?
And
Naira,
yeah, sorry, go on.
Naira will get out her fiddle.
Yes!
And yeah, like seeing this, Zavara immediately pulls his own instrument out. Several of the like just non-combatants that had come out to greet this unexpectedly joyous and triumphant return, all pulling out their own. Go ahead and roll your performance with advantage. And I'm going to say anything under a 10, re-roll, because never mind, doesn't even come up. Like you, what exactly are you going to be doing with your fiddle?
She's gonna start singing "The Girl You Left Behind," if anybody has seen the Fievel Goes West movie.
I can't remember if I have.
Oh my god, it's so good.
It's a really good tune.
It's very jaunty. And the rest of the musicians happily join in with this celebration that breaks out. You see several of the people that you recognize as working in the kitchen and behind the bar, just flat out manhandling full casks out the door to this little group that is forming around you and the other players, being broken open, beakers of mead, wine, beer, just being doled out to all of you, pressed into your hands as people gather around, thumping you on the back, cheering you until they're hoarse. You see the familiar figures of Hamish and Talus, the two youths that you have befriended during your time here among them, listening enraptured to your song as you lead them in this celebration that will continue on for, well, essentially until either you guys pass out or deliberately put a stop to it. Whichever comes first.
As we're celebrating, are there how do I phrase this? Are Are there any people who are expressing an interest with celebrating one-on-one with a hero of Aldwell?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Like,
And this door goes both ways, so anybody, 2 people maybe.
give me a charisma check.
Just imagine the
With
ox
with
here. 3.
advantage.
Can I hear 3? 4. 4. Back 5.
We can pack more in this room. Come on.
I'm ugly.
You're a little drunk.
Well, you do recognize, actually, Adela, the lady that kept you company on your first night here, is apparently keen enough for a repeat performance that, despite your increasingly and rapidly inebriated state, as you guess that the mug you were handed was that special cloven moonshine rather than the beer you had expected.
No, that's what I asked for this time. I was like, yeah, give it to me again.
You are
Can you bring us
dragged up
back
to
into
a
the
room.
tavern?
Yes, he is.
Wait, what?
Right. All of you back into the back into the Fox and the Hound map. Right. Yes. Okay. Let me arrange you guys. Boop.
We totally got to go back and loot that body at some point.
I assume that's where you end up, Naira.
I mean, yeah, once she got cleaned up, which I assume that's what Uther was doing with that prestidigitation. Thank you.
Indeed.
She's in a much better mood now, and would have been very happy to like skip inside, lead a parade with her fiddle, and she's dancing and having a good time.
Oh yeah, and there is like this just troupe of musicians led by Zavara dancing around your table, accompanying you from number to number, as just all around you all of the tension and fear and pent up energy from the past 2 days of gathering defense seems to be being released in this raucous celebration. As let me grab.
That's weird. That's the noise coming from upstairs too.
Valko
great
is
fully
happily
earnest.
dancing around your feet, bouncing among everyone.
I would say, like, when we came in here, Lorem is in, honestly, probably the best mood you all have ever seen him in. As he's just singing praises to of you all, to all of the militia and the guards. Like calling Naira the ferocious, feisty killer, the Uther the silver-tongued devil with a heart of gold. Or Wander the stalwart sentinel, and then Nyx the slippery little bastard. And as he would say that to Nyx, he would have just picked him up, like onto his shoulder, and then just straight threw him to the ground. But before he would hit the ground, he would grab him real quick before he has a chance to succeed on his saving throw, which he totally would have, and then just slap him on the back.
As you announce each of these titles, Zavara and the other performers loudly and repeatedly pick them up and proclaim them. You have a feeling these are now all canonical.
Look what you've
Good.
done.
Good. I'm happy about it.
Adela, Nyx, having been released from his manhandling, is spirited away upstairs at some point during the afternoon. And
Y'all
into the
just
evening.
like look around and he's not there anymore. Like a little slippery bastard he is.
Yeah.
After Naira's song, she will actually leave it to the bards who are celebrating at the tavern And she will get down next to Uther and she will wink at him and be like, I have a secret.
Oh, do you now? Is that one you feel like sharing, or is that like one for yourself only?
Oh, I definitely feel like sharing. And she reaches into her pocket and she pulls out a mushroom. And she says, we could have some fun. And then she reaches into her pocket and she pulls out a second one and she says, or we could be heroes.
Just for one day?
Just for one day.
It's not often you save an entire town. Not often does anyone get to meet someone like you. Bottoms up.
Let's make everything shiny.
Uther, it's the whole thing.
So, you know the drill. Go ahead, both of you, and roll me constitution checks. and a
You got
1d6.
this. You're gonna be fine.
You want to roll up?
No. It's going to take 12 minutes.
Well, I called it, so you might get a bardic consideration.
Oh, I think I'll save that for when I perform again, because that's definitely going to happen.
So, yeah, you both have about 10 minutes before they kick in, and then go ahead and roll me those d6s. And you're both going to get a good couple of hours out of this dosage. As the music starts to become a little more melodic in the air around you, the whirling, dancing forms of all of the townsfolk, Zavara and the other musicians, beginning to blend and sparkle around the edges. Wander, what are you doing?
Wonder about what time is it?
At this point, like, it's been about like this whole parade back in, the impromptu beginning of the celebration outside, and then the parade into the tavern itself, as Naira was singing. And then the continued celebration there. It's probably about like 3 or 3:30ish in the afternoon.
Okay. Wanda's just gonna go outside and sit by the. Do I remember there being a well in the center of town or something like that?
Yes,
Something to that
there's a
effect?
very large, ancient-looking well.
He'll just go and he'll sit in line with the inn near the well. He'll just sit there. That's all.
A few minutes after you're sitting there, after you've been sitting there, like, you can see this knot of people. There's still a few groups outside, all just celebrating together on the grass. Somebody you recognize, one of the youth that you've heard referred to as Hamish by your companions, kind of approaches somewhat slowly. He's the same one who kind of waved to you when he and his friend followed you into the tavern just a couple of nights ago. He moves over and goes, "Are you all right, sir?"
He'll say, "Yes, I'm okay."
Okay, do you want anything to celebrate? I mean, you and your friends, you saved us all. Is there anything I can do for you?
Everyone lift That is my celebration.
And you see this big, beaming smile break out on his face. And he goes, they did. You saved everyone. You saved Mama. You saved me, Granda. And he actually, like, reaches out a hand to you. I'm not sure what oh, thank you.
I'll reach out my hand, and as I do, I'll take the ring off of it, and I'll just cast light on it, and I'll put it in his hand, and I'll say, I'll need that back, but have fun.
Right, sir. I'll keep it safe for you. And he kind of puts it on his hand, marveling at this light shining from it as he turns it over and over, and he kind of turns away from you. You see the other teenager that he was with, Talus, looking on from one of the other groups, somewhat with a small measure of jealousy, as he sees the prize that Hamish has come away with. And Hamish kind of does that thing where, like, after a few seconds, he kind of looks up and sees all of his friends there beckoning him over, and he picks up the pace and runs over towards them, holding it up, just like, "Oh my god, guys, look what I found!" or "Look what I got!" And he is it like folded back into their small knot of celebration. While inside, Lorian, you are just continually being plied with alcohol and like pounded on the back. Everyone wanting to hear, everybody who wasn't directly there, wanting to hear you tell and retell and retell and retell and retell the story of your duel, your group's dueling with Athgorod and his lieutenants. Literally, until you either pass out from drink or decide that you have had enough of this. That is your evening.
Oh no, he is very happily, that's even why I stayed at the other table. He is very happily going across every table to every group of people, to all of the people who participated, and just basically celebrating with him. But let me do this for drinks. He doesn't last long, actually.
You are hammered. By about the fourth or fifth retelling, this story's getting pretty out there. And a little incoherent, if we're honest.
That's fair.
Meanwhile, you, Uther and Naira, have kind of found somewhere comfortable to sit down and watch the pretty lights.
I think it's time to go climb a tree.
Zavara, taking a moment to break from it, seeing that everyone else is kind of fairly well engaged at the moment, moves over to you. He's just also got this big, broad smile on his face. Comes over to the two of you, and how are our champions doing over here? Are the pair of you enjoying your celebration? You have certainly earned it.
Everything's glittery.
Well, I am most charmed to hear it. And he kind of you see him sort of tighten up his the somewhat flowy cravat that he wears around his neck. Yes. And might I say, it is most rare that we meet someone who is such a treasured blend of beauty and lethality. And he lifts up your hand and presses a kiss to it. And he goes, it is only a shame I could not stand beside you. I have been told that I am a most accomplished swordsman.
Is he like wagging his eyebrows at me?
Oh yeah.
Wagging his eyebrow.
For you, what you can see is this ocean wave passing back and forth across his forehead as the feather in his hat turns into the sail of this great ship that is bobbing over this wave as it moves in place on his head.
Wow, that's really weird.
And he's just like, not the reaction I normally get, but okay. Well, if he kind of looks back and forth between the two of you, if you two are comfortable, enjoy. If there's anything else that I can help you with, especially you, my lady, and just let me know. And he gives the two of you a wink before returning and going, Alphonse, come on, no, more energy. And pulls his lute back out and joins back in the musical number, climbing back onto the table.
Onto the table in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, well, he like that has become kind of the stage for this celebration. So yeah.
Just lean over towards Naira and be like, "You want to go climb on the roof of this place?"
Yes, very much so. Yes.
Just do that, like, kind of obviously sneaking away, but cartoonishly start sneaking away.
As you go, people like don't even seem to realize you're doing anything weird. Just as everybody you pass is like just thumping you on the back, cheering you, using lavishly the new titles that Lorium has coined for you. The Silver Tongue Devil and the Lethal Grace, or whatever I think he called it. I can't quite remember. It's 2 a.m.
By the way, as we're walking out, Naira will just go, "Oh, I think he was talking about his penis."
I don't think they see us. We can get out without them noticing, as they're giving us pats on the back.
You guys are already outside, but Uther is just like lagging in time.
Oh, you know what? Oh, crap. Nick's disappeared. I was going to grab his rope.
Time to do it the good old fun way.
Well, I can climb, no problem.
Yeah, didn't actually have a climb speed. She's good.
This is where it's going to be fun.
Uther also has a climb speed. It's just very slow.
And possibly in reverse.
Yeah, see? Yeah.
So, Uther, the moment your hands touch the wall, you realize you've never really felt stone. And it's just like, wow, man. You just gotta really appreciate it for a minute.
And I'm like, Uther, honey, Uther.
But it's like here forever, you know? We're just using it for a while. And it's like...
That was oddly profound.
Just staring at it.
Naira will hop down then and just be like, come on. And she will grab his hand and start leading him this way. I'm going to go find another way to climb up.
Oh, I thought he was talking about his penis. Yes, Wander, you do see the two of them scurrying somewhat like in that kind of very, like Uther said, cartoonishly kind of theatrically sneaky way around
I just wanted to know if I heard Uther talk about stone.
I know you're over by the well, so that is a good kind of 100 feet away. It's too far away to hear anything unless
Damn
it's
it.
being yelled. But and also like they are still surrounded by a somewhat like there's several groups that are still celebrating out in the market square.
We've just found a woodpile. How high up does this woodpile go?
That'll give you advantage on the climb check.
Woot.
Don't worry, I got it this time. There's no way the wood will amaze and dumbfound me.
Not quite like the stone.
Kids messing around on the
Eternal
beach. We just found a
stone.
woodpile.
We just found a woodpile. We're gonna climb it.
So you climb on top of the. So Naira, you scamper up ahead. Uther, you climb on top of the woodpile and kind of you're able to find some handholds in the wood. As you start climbing, it's a DC 15. So you feet up before you
Naira
look up.
calls
for
down. You
your
can
next-
do it.
Before you look up for your next handhold and realize you are directly underneath Naira. And suddenly get somewhat distracted and slip down to the top of the woodpile.
Well, that's really nice.
Take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you
From an
start landing
encounter.
your jump.
Comes up and beats you on the head now.
You're climbing and he just grabs your leg like it's WWE and pulls you off the side of the wood.
She gives you inspiration. She really wants to get up on this roof with you.
It's okay. I'm gonna
Come
try
on.
this. Here we go.
Grab a chair.
Run and start.
It's about to be hell in a cell.
There you go.
Oh, hey.
Third time's the charm.
Third time.
You and Naira are able to scramble up the back wall of the Fox and the Hound, making use of the wood pile in the nearby chimney, and make your way onto the tiled roof. Staring up at a swirling, color-filled, kaleidoscopic sky.
Just look over the town. I mean, you were wondering if you were making a difference. You did this. This has brought us together, saved these people, organized it, planned us, helped to figure out. You can, keep doing this. Be a hero for more than just one day. And then start to just kind of play on the roof for some hours as we trip balls looking over the city we saved like heroes.
Absolutely. So, the damn. Okay, yeah, playing very, very well. Wonder, what was the intelligence check for?
That was just to see if maybe I could connect the.
Oh, I think we lost you there.
Just maybe.
Keep cutting out.
Oh,
Before.
no.
Damn it! Hello, God. Hello.
Yes, okay.
Hello.
Be
Good now.
Margaret.
Good. Not cutting out. Not cutting out.
Not cutting out.
Awesome. I was just saying that maybe Wander is able. Kind of. Is it happening again? I swear.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
I thought
Don't
you-
laugh. You scare me. Maybe Wander's able to connect the dots between this little funny incident with the last little funny incident where they tripped on. I don't think so.
Well, I think it would actually be more of an insight check than an intelligence. What would that be if it was an insight roll? If you rolled an 11?
18.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like, you're not certain, but it could, like, yeah, it could be.
Could
Yeah,
be.
it's a definite possibility. Like it is definitely a possibility that occurs to you based on kind of the similarities in behavior that you're seeing between these two episodes.
Okay. Then as they round the building, he'll do something, but everyone can do their thing first. It only affects him.
Well, I mean, this celebration continues on long into the night. Laurium, you eventually are guided somewhat unsteadily and happily by a number of gentle hands up to a bed where you are made comfortable and allowed to sleep off the cask of moonshine that you have inhaled over the course of the afternoon and evening. Nix, you have pleasantly faded to black in the company of Adela, whilst your sister and Uther trip balls on the roof ahead above you. So yeah, Wander, what is it that you are going to be doing for your part as this celebration continues?
Wander will he'll take out the shroom that he got from Samesh a while ago, and he'll sniff it a bit, see if it's got a pungent odor.
Yeah, actually, I mean, it is. It's got a fairly kind of sharp, like acrid, slightly almost acidic, but earthy smell.
He'll eat it, just a little bit of it. He'll eat a bite's worth.
Okay.
Now, just out of curiosity, I feel like I should point out, Wander is resistant to poison and
Yes,
immune
he
to
is.
disease.
Yeah. So go ahead and do roll me a Constitution check with advantage.
Mhm.
This is where the
I-
true demon god is born.
Yeah, I've never wanted 2 ones more in my life than right now.
Only ate like a small amount of it, right? Or
Yeah,
did
just
you eat
a
the whole
small
thing?
bite.
Small
Small
bite.
bite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Recommended dosage.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Roll me a d6, sir.
Yes! This is perfect. By the way, we're all day tripping right now. Like, it's not night, guys. Like, it's
Oh no, yeah, it's like 3 in the afternoon.
It's
4 in the
beautiful.
afternoon.
It's what I like to call the Burning Man special.
Burning Man special.
Yeah, so for the next 5 hours, Wanda, you are sitting by the well, and the comings and goings and the celebration that you watch around you shift and change through all that time. The skins of the people shifting through a kaleidoscope of a whole spectrum of different colors. The dances that they are performing to the music that is now streaming out from the Fox and the Hound, music that you can see in the air, like like wafts of colored smoke pouring from its windows. As the dances blend together into these wonderful exhibitions of swirling movement and color in just this way that you've certainly never experienced before. And in a way that feels more than new. Like, you have actually had, like, you have this awareness of something that you can't grasp within you. And this is something that is alien even to that. Like, there's this extra layer of newness to all the sensations that you are currently experiencing. Beyond, like, there's pretty much everything that has happened to you has been happening to you for the first time over the last few days, but there's always been an air of familiarity with it, where you've kind of understood exactly what's going on and kind of how to how to respond to it on a personal level. This is not one of those things. This is an utterly new, utterly alien sensation as you find yourself subsumed by this strange fizzing that fills your form.
I'm just going to say he can probably also hear us playing on the roof.
Yeah, and again, there's just like these rings of color bursting out every time you catch a new note drifting down from the roof.
Neat.
Neat.
Gonna be honest, didn't expect Wander would be tripping balls right now, but you know, I'm so glad we're here.
Okay, anyone else have anything specific that they want to do?
No. Lorian would have just been kind of sluggishly fighting it on the way up. Like, no, I'm fine, it's alright. Oh shit, these stairs are heavy.
Yeah. Gentle hands and gentle voices eventually do coax you to bed.
He would have started taking off all of his armor before they even closed the door.
And assist you with that as well.
As
and
Naira
depending on how
sobers up.
receptive you are, depending on how receptive you are to it, we can fade to black on Lorium as well. And with that, we will end tonight's session with the heroes of the settlement of Aldwell enjoying their well-earned celebration. Congratulations.
Hell yeah!
Yeah,
You have broken the Hungry Horde.
we did it. We won did it.
We're the heroes.
We saved the town.
We saved the world.
We're gods.
Does saving the town do anything special?
No.
You're asking in terms of a level up, correct?
Yes.
You are correct.
Yes!
Yay!
During this night's long rest, all of you can level up to 5th.
Gonna ask, did I get inspiration at any point during that day?
Oh gosh, all of you have inspiration after that celebration. Yeah, no, absolutely. Take it. That was phenomenal.
Oh boy.
So yeah, congratulations everybody. You have broken the Hungry Horde, saved the settlement of Aldwell, at least temporarily. But an excursion into the Dorvashi wilds still awaits. The Goblin Shaman and his ogre slaves lurk somewhere out there, along with who knows what else. But we shall begin the process of finding out next week.
Yay!
Yay!
Yeah.